Let's get it. get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this at all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way. get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, it's all hard, ain't no fear here. You ain't giving this to all, you steer clear. Never beat, I've been down and I reappear. You got some money on the line, you better put it here. Rolling in and doing that work. Check priorities, I'm doing that first. Checks big and I'm sure that hurts, but it's checkmate, we ain't selling short, know the work. Ain't nowhere to hide, you ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind, cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, man we coming for them bags. If they said I couldn't have, get the team. I got a vision for the things you ain't believe. And here's the motto, hard work, this over everything. It's that comeback. I'm calling plays, hit the pass, then the run back. Yeah, I'm far ahead and gotta run laps. But we ain't letting up, we never done that. Ain't nowhere to hide. You ain't gotta see me come and keep me on your mind. Cause I be on the way. Yeah. You know I be on the way. Man on a mission, I'ma get it, you know I be on the way. Yeah, I'm on the way. On the way. Yeah, on the way. I'm on the way. I'm on the way.
Send them in through the front, trying to be the tripwire to. They've all got to push in towards the house.
The last day of the finals is here. Welcome to PMPL EU Fall 2023. I'm Ginny, your host, joined on the desk by Max, and for one final time, we're going to be bringing you the action live out of Europe. Max, after the last 2 days that we've seen, which were absolutely mind-blowing, what are your expectations for today? Because I'm ready.
There's so many storylines we're going to have to cover today, Ginny. We're going to talk, of course, about the race at the top for PMGC. MADBULLS, can they hold their #1 spot currently in that lead? We'll have to wait and see. And the race for top 8 is going to be possibly some favorites that are going to be in the danger zone by the end of today. So it's going to be tense for sure.
Absolutely, very tense, and also a lot to stay up to date on. So to make sure that you don't miss out on any of the action that's taking place, make sure that you find us over on social media, drop us a follow, stay in the loop, because not only do we give updates in terms of what's going on and you can support your favorite team, there is also a little giveaway that Max is doing. So you have until the end of today's broadcast, if that's correct.
Exactly. We picked one winner each day of the finals. So we picked one on Friday and yesterday, and we'll be picking an extra one by the end of today's broadcast once it ends. So you still have time to tell us which team you think is going to win. I think there might be one team you might have in mind that looks like a favorite, but regardless, you can still enter the giveaway right now. We still have one cool skin to give away, and we'll announce all winners tonight. So yeah.
Oh, exciting stuff. But not just that, also make sure that you fill out the survey. It will be pinned in the chat as well. You can give us your thoughts, your opinions, and we will be taking that into consideration and working towards an improvement of the show for next time that you'll see us on your screen. Also, one thing that we have been battling it out from the talent side of things is predictions. Now, I'm going to take my crown and be very proud of it because the last 2 days for predictions for me were an absolutely oopsie-poopsie, which I don't want to talk about. But the rest of the season for me has been doing really well. And Max, you joined me here. Congratulations.
Look at that. The desk homies are here. And Kalaris is there too, I guess. But it's just us right now, Ginny. We're the kings. And Prediction, thank you very much for your assistance throughout the season. You have done God's work right now for the assistance. But yeah, I mean, we've been doing pretty good. I'm happy with my top 3 prediction rate. I'm pretty damn close to the 65%, so I'm pretty happy about that one. Though, John is close when it comes to average points. He could overtake me. He could overtake you if he has the same day as yesterday.
No.
So just look out. John Allen has started to think really hard.
Yeah, I'm gonna start changing all his predictions once he put them in. But also, we had the really cute. Did you see the really cute prediction robot in the left corner? That was so cute. But you're wondering, okay, talent, you're fighting it out for predictions, but what are the teams fighting for? Don't worry, we'll let you know because there is a whole prize pool on the line. A total of $100,000 is going to be going to these teams, and first place will claim a very big chunk of it, which is going to be $11,000. Max, that's pog. I didn't have another adjective in mind. That's just like the first thing that dropped into my head.
That's one way to describe a prize pool. You know, it's just one whole prize pool that's pretty damn pog. Yeah, of course, and if you play the league stage, you're going to get an extra $2,000 on top of things. And don't forget that race to MVP, which currently, we're not going to have any graphic to highlight it because it's just so... It's not close. I'm still going to spoil it. Zerich is still first place, as I think everyone expected. Unless Icy pops off for Titan today, we're talking survival time, damage, elimination, knocks, Zerich is going to possibly remain up there. So it would be a big upset. It could happen, but like, come on.
Especially because it could happen because today, again, the schedule is looking at 6 maps in total, where we're going to be starting off with Miramar, Sanhok, and Erangel, and then we iterate them all. And also another thing with the schedule over the last couple of final days is the fact that it's not broken down in groups that are going to be participating on each map, but it's rather every single team of the competition. So Titan has a good chance, Icy had a good chance, but similarly, Zerich also has a good chance because he is also going to be playing all 6 maps. So, you know, you gotta look at it from both perspectives here, because at the end of the day, when we're looking at MADBULLS, one thing that we're also keeping a very close eye on is how they have been performing over the entirety of this finals, Max. And although potentially not getting as many chicken dinners, only one so far, those bonus points have genuinely helped push them forward. But then you're looking at the MUERTE, and they're only 3 points behind.
Yeah, but you take the bonus points away right now, they would be barely in top 3, if at all in top 3. So that is very, very weird, not at all expected. And I do want to highlight something very interesting for MADBULLS is the point disparity. 60 eliminations, which is good. That's one of the best, currently second best compared to the MUERTE with 61. Only 23 placement points. And even though the ratio of placement points typically is lower, it is not this much lower, Ginny, which shows to me again that there's been something happening in the lobby in terms of, I think, maybe the 16 teams and teams changing rotation path and their drops. Maybe KASIK team is an example as to them leaving Painan. That's causing some issues around the battleground, so a bit weird. And we did already move to the second page. There's so much to cover right now, but you did see at the bottom of the first page also, Ginny, Titan, not safe. Gladiators, not safe to make into Championship, which is so weird to say. So VIRTUS.PRO KONINA Power could be bringing the upset to the table.
Yeah, and that's something to really be keeping our eyes out for. Not just KONINA Power, VIRTUS.PRO even, I think the SBG as well, if they have a pop-off game or two, this could genuinely be going in their favor. I think that brings us in quite a peculiar position because so far it's like we're in this day number 2 and we can already kind of see how the table is shaping up, but this time around it's like day 3. We don't know. We're gonna... Maybe we get a good game, maybe we don't get a good game. Depends on the team, depends on how it goes. So many things are up
Where's the accent coming from?
I don't know. I'm just like, I'm so excited. Like, you can literally, you don't know what to expect, which just makes it like 10 times even like more exciting. And then that is without even taking into consideration the fact that BMGC points are also on the line, and that's something that when we're looking at MADBULLS, they've given themselves such a great lead, but then you're looking at how they've been performing over the last couple of days, and it brings the question, if Major Pride has two good games today, where does that leave MADBULLS?
Yeah, I'm going to say right now, if you have a good day, you're expecting between 60 to 80 points. That is a really, really good day, in my opinion. So right now, because of that, and you expect MADBULLS to, of course, get points, Gladiators out of the race to PMGC. In my mind, it's done, dusted, not even going to focus on them. It's only between Major Pride and MADBULLS right now. And unless MADBULLS has a god-awful day, I think MADBULLS are the one to take it. I think we'll know by the middle of the day. I think after Game 3, we could tell which team is going to go, if Major Pride can compete with MADBULLS, or if MADBULLS are just running away with the lead and it's almost impossible to catch up with them. So Major Pride, we saw it already in the league stage, right? They can get 3 big wins with a ton of eliminations back to back to back. This is what we need from Major Pride now if they want to have a shot to qualifying directly into PMGC, because not going to lie, Championships is going to be a bit rough. So you might want to qualify as early as possible. So Major Pride, if they can make it, it's got to happen on the first half of the day here, I'd say.
Yeah, that's what we're going to be keeping our eyes out for. But something as well when we're looking at MADBULL up against Major Pride is the fact that what's standing out to me is, regardless of the fact of Major Pride having more damage on average and average survival time, MADBULLS are still running away with the average eliminations.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see that in terms of damage. Of course, you still see Major Pride a little bit higher, but the survival time is really close between these two teams. And it's weird to say, but they are struggling compared to other squads. Like Nexus has got actually a really good survival time when it comes to the finals. And these two teams that have so much possibly pressure, you could say. I think that that's also something we do have to take into account, that maybe there is a little bit of stress involved because they are aiming for a $3 million prize pool tournament right now, which is PMGC. So I definitely not your small qualification stage you're going to go through. So it is going to be tough. We had some great moments from both teams, of course, throughout these finals. Especially, I got to say, yesterday we had a great chicken dinner from Major Pride. I'm sure we're going to see ourselves some of those replays. But Nomi, Naomi, the two players that really stood out to me in particular, that you got to keep an eye out for, because they were blasting by the end of yesterday. And if they continue like that and we're not seeing MADBULLS get too many placement points, that could be the big difference maker here heading into the last day of the finals.
Yeah, but that also just, to me, says that there's a lot of pressure, not just on the roster as a whole, but also on these players individually to be able to step up today. And then that brings the question of, how are they going to be performing under pressure? We've seen the likes of NEXUS, who under that pressure became really aggressive. And then as the pressure mounted and they went further and further ahead in that leaderboard, they started slowing down a little because they were worried to lose an advantage, which then, you know, goes against them, not in their favor. So I'm really looking forward to see how they're going to be performing individually, especially when we're looking at Major Pride and how they have been doing over the last couple of playdates. I mean, day 1 was not bad. Day 2 was pretty good. So if they're on that upward trajectory, maybe day 3 is insane.
One thing I do appreciate from Major Pride, if you compare not just the stats, but of course looking a little bit deeper into how they've been playing the game itself, I feel like they were a bit hesitant in day 1 because, again, there's so much off the back of these games they're playing, right? There's so much pressure, so much that they're currently playing for Championship, PMGC. But you can see the damage relatively close, but yet they get themselves an extra bunch of eliminations, an extra 7 elims compared to day 1. That shows to me, and we saw it especially on that one Erangel game, that they are not scared to be aggressive, to push locations when they have the advantage. We saw that especially, I mentioned Naomi and Nomi, I think were the one to lead that charge forward for the team. Effect, maybe sometimes he's a bit too much, so he's just got to chill out. But I do like the fact that, like in this game in particular, already 9 eliminations, and it was just the start of the game. And this fight on Titan is the one I wanted to highlight. They get 2 opening knocks and they fully send it because they know how important every single point, every single elimination is going to be, possibly at the end of these finals. It might just be a 1-point difference. We've seen it happen so many times, Ginny, that you really want to try and secure as many as you possibly can while you are still alive. So good to see them get more eliminations for their buck when they're popping off in these games.
Yeah, and Titan is kind of on the other side of this coin, where instead of them continuously improving, it's been more of a downward trend, especially day 1 has been really, really rough for them. They make a little bit of a comeback on day 2, but we're going to need to be able to see way more than that if they want to stick to the top 8.
Yeah, it's really odd for me because they are really good when it comes to fragging out. And that's pretty much it, Ginny, unfortunately. I want to see more from this Titan roster, and we know they can do it. I see absolutely gifted fragger alongside the Robs and Havlik, and Old Boy, one of the most experienced players you could ask for in PUBG Mobile Esports, period. So the fact that now they're struggling to rotate is a bit weird, and sure, I'm already seeing people in chat, but Max, man, they got himself that chicken dinner on Sanhok. Still, that was, in my opinion, a very weak chicken dinner. That was just them going for central position, hoping for the best, and the best did happen. The circle kept shifting their way, and they didn't have to move until the very, very end. Actually, it wasn't even a win, it was VIRTUS.PRO that won, but they got a podium finish. So I still want to see a game where, similar to Nexus, they're out here in bad position, and yet because they're so gifted at fragging and they have some really good IGLing done, they can get in these positions, sweep the edge of circle, and get to POIs relatively quickly off the back of those rotations. So, yeah, Titan, again, they have the fragging power to pretty much do anything they want to achieve. It's just I am not seeing those big game calls that can reward them with a win just yet. So, we'll have to wait a little bit more. Hopefully it's going to happen today, but they are currently in 8th position, so they would be the first team to go out if they have a tough day 3.
Okay, and when you're saying they have everything that they need to be able to get some of these big win chicken dinners, you're not seeing the calls potentially down to pressure, maybe a little nervous, or what do you think could be that pain factor behind Titans not being able to make these big decisions?
I mean, of course, pressure, because they knew from the very start of this season, right? Because they were a new team that joined from Africa into Europe, so they lost all their PMGC points. That means that it was impossible for them to qualify that way. The only way for them to qualify is through championships. And they were never really a top team in the rankings entering the final. So they've always been lingering around top 6, 7, 8, 9, which is very tough for them to be in, because they know that if today is a bad day, 2023 season is over. Like, they're done for the rest of the year.
Hopes and dreams.
So they need to make it. So a bit of pressure too. But that call of dropping on KASIK when they're not dropping in Painan, in Sanhok, again, to bring back that Sanhok game, very odd to me. So this is the moment I would love to have an interview with one of the players to know what the hell is going on, because that just really stood out to me as something that didn't make quite a lot of sense. So we'll see if they're going to continue today. I wouldn't recommend it, though.
Okay, you wouldn't recommend it. I think we're going to have to wait and see whether or not they're on that same page, because I think Titan, as we already said, it's a team that it would be such a shame to have done so well over phase 1, 2, and 3 to then come into the finals and kind of start losing out at this point. So really hope that today is a better day for them. When we're looking at VIRTUS.PRO and KONINA Power, I feel like they are on the complete opposite side of this tale, because they have not had a great phase 1, 2, or 3, but then they're coming into the finals and going out with a bang.
Yeah, I mean, it's good for VIRTUS.PRO and KONINA Power how they've been able to get some points on board, especially VIRTUS.PRO. They got like a bunch of third, second place. They got themselves that 10 elimination chicken dinner too, which I'm stoked to see. These are not the most insane survival times you're going to see out there, but they are able to hold on to a position that could claim a top 8 spot by the end of the day. If they get another chicken dinner like we saw from VIRTUS.PRO, we know KONINA Power have the chops to get those big wins too. I think that we could see one of these two teams make it through. If any team, I would like to see VIRTUS.PRO. I think this is an org that has been in PUBG Mobile Esports for so long. Transition into Europe has been a bit rough, but with especially Elementrix, that's been a standout player for me the entirety of this year. I would like to see them perform in Championship and see how that might work out. And even if it doesn't go well, still some extra experience heading into 2024, so you can't blame them too much for that.
Yeah, absolutely. I think every day at this point, as every game really needs to be taken one step by one step. I think if you start thinking about, okay, we have 6 more games to go, this one didn't go well, we need to qualify, we need to be top 8, we need this many points, it might get a little bit too complicated at that point. I think because 2 teams actually that one team specifically that I would also like to touch upon a little further is going to be Gladiators. I feel like they were in the conversation of being the top 3, being continuously getting in those podium finishes, but slowly but surely, especially during this stage overall, not just in terms of the finals, but even phase 1, 2, and 3 of this fall stage, it feels like it's fizzled out a little bit from their end.
It really has. I'm really not sure. Look at that survival time too. It's been diminished significantly to what you would expect from them in the league stage. I don't know what's going on. I'm not gonna. I would love to come up with all the solutions for Gladiators. I'm just not quite sure. If you look at all of their results throughout their finals, they got games where they got decent eliminations. They get 4, 2, 3, 5, 3, 4, 6, 6. So like that's decent eliminations. In terms of placement points, though, they got 1 chicken dinner with 11 eliminations. That was a really strong game from them, by the way.
Yeah, absolutely.
They never got remotely close to podium finish after that game. So yeah, it's really odd because the consistency factor is completely gone, blasted out into smithereens, which is very odd for Gladiators. So Yeah, I think it's still rotations are a bit slow. I would like to see them speed it up a bit because they get caught out early, they're losing players early, and that is, of course, when you lose players early, your chances of a win or podium are significantly reduced. So just a bit quicker on the pivot, and I think that might help Gladiators remain in the top 8 throughout the day.
Okay, that's something that we're going to have to wait and see, I think. As you said, when it comes down to Gladiators, that consistency factor being gone has hurt them a lot. And I think, speaking of consistency factor and it not being really there as much as before, Major Pride and MADBULLS seem to be suffering from that as well during the finals here. Not specifically so during phase 1, 2, and 3, but we're coming into the finals and we kind of already highlighted these new contenders very early on during day 1 of the finals. And that's very much ended up coming to life because the teams that were towards the bottom side of that leaderboard has had a very comfortable, confident, aggressive time getting their points. Whereas when we're looking at the teams that have been in the top, your MADBULLS, your Major Prides, they've been a little bit slower.
Yeah. And actually, I want to highlight one of the new contenders at the top. I don't know if production can be really quick on giving me some player stats for Alpha Team for the finals, because they've been also a very interesting team that I was expecting them to be a top 8 team, I'm not going to lie, possibly even top 5, but being a top 3 contender with only, what is that, 9 points difference between them and MADBULLS. That is an insane comeback that I really did not expect. So the fact we could crown an Orgless team, really, at the end of today against your MADBULLS, Gladiators, Major Pride, MUERTE even, it's very, very surprising. So I'd love to see that if that could happen here today.
Yeah, we're gonna have to wait and see because we are ready to jump into the action of our first map, and that would be the starting point for every single one of the teams that we have just discussed to begin their story. Make sure you check out Monster Energy. Thank you for giving us the energy to go through all these 6 maps over the last couple of days, but also phase 1, 2, and 3. We're gonna be heading over to our casters as they're gonna be walking through the first finals day map. So John and Blank, please do take it away.
The final stretch is upon us. Blank, we are on to Miramar for the first match of the day, but only 6 games remain for all of these teams to try and make their bid towards the champs, towards those PMGC points.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest with you, big respect to Monster, supplying us with all the energy for like a bajillion weeks now, getting towards the end of this tournament. But this is the final day, right? Final day, last chance saloon. You gotta crack open that door and just start blasting, because I want to see some of these teams heading towards that top side. I mean, we do have some very interesting dynamics here. Major Pride off the back of yesterday. Max was harping on about it. He was banging on about it, and that's absolutely impressive to see, because he called it. He called it way, way before that final game even happened, that he thought they were going to have a big game coming through, and they did. 149 points right now, only 12 points behind MADBULLS in first place. This is where they can take the win.
They have that opportunity. The chance to strike, and it will be on the north side this time around for the plane path. Trailer park down to Junkyard over on the east side. Difficult to get to places like Chumacera, Via de Mar, but that shouldn't be too much of an issue. A lot of these really clustered central areas will be available to pretty much everyone. The longest drop we might see is Puerto Paraíso for MADBULLS, if they don't want to stop off at Impala, but then again, Nexus generally taking that spot, so East Coast might be a bit spread out as well.
Again, we do have a very big tendency to head down towards that southeast side of the map, and that would be fantastic for MADBULLS. I think that's what they're looking for. Usually, regardless of what happens, they tend to get themselves a fairly decent point scoring on that map, so, or at least on that circle. So I'd be very excited to see another one of those, and it would sort of cement a really strong position for the MADBULLS at the start of the day, considering they want to keep branching out. Now, they haven't had the greatest of games over on that day 1 of finals, and I think Major Pride, again, hoping that that is the case here today. You know, we had a lot of our big teams taking their wins yesterday, getting back into the conversation. For Gladiators, I think it might be a little bit too little too late, currently in 7th place right now, 139 points. But again, we're so squeezed together in this top 8 right now. It's 139 to 161. You're looking at around about a 20-point difference. We get the circle, heads far down towards our south side. A horrible place to start off for the finals, as pretty much every team has dropped on that northern edge. It's not often we see a circle like this, which is so far down towards that south edge. MADBULLS also taking a knock. This is massive.
Dear, the place at the top wavering, and to No Mercy Warriors as well. The team sat right at the bottom. They are certainly up to speed. as it comes down to the MADBULLS drop, and you can stay up to speed by checking out those socials on Esports PUBGM EU, but don't go there just yet. Go in a minute, because MADBULLS might be in danger.
I mean, Frozen God currently playing in the arena. It's kind of a bad place to be knocked as well, because look how much control NAMELESS Warriors have over this position. It's been very difficult for the MADBULLS to even try and attempt to recover him at this point. And again, you got to remember that what we're looking at right now is a very hard south circle, and MADBULLS dropping in El Pozos, which is very much out of the norm for MADBULLS as well. They do send a player in because I think they realize just how important it is to try and get their buddy back up again. Astic currently moving around the side, looking to perhaps finish off this player, but he can't really get around there to take shots without opening himself up to sightlines from MADBULLS, and that is a surprising recovery over towards Frozen there from Tulika.
And he's going to get out as well around the back. Astic regroups, and they're not going to press the issue here. MADBULLS thrown a little bit of a lifeline there, as Frozen was the one to get that knock initially. But everybody's back and everybody's healthy. They're sharing El Pozo.
I think this initial scrap over towards Arena is kind of understandable, considering there is a load of good loot towards that area. It's just a bit more exposed, and I think for MADBULLS, they realized that it's not really worth it to be in this area any longer. Much of their looting time was kind of consumed by trying to get Frozen back up again, so they're just gonna have to grab some vehicles, perhaps get moving. They understand that Puerto Paraíso most likely open. There won't be people rotating too quickly over towards Los Higos, and I think that if you are any other team within the lobby, you sort of assume that MADBULLS is going to be holding down to Puerto Paraíso, so they might just be doing that mental game, clearing out that southeast side, just with presence alone, which is a powerful thing.
I mean, they would have probably had to have competed with NEXUS for vehicles, right, over on the east side, so it might have been just more than a mind game, but survival is so important for this team, keeping those averages up when the points are so close. And they will be on the bike already, passing Montenuevo as they head south. Major Pride broke out towards Chumacera. KASIK as well, going to play on the east side of Chumacera. Titan have a little scrap themselves, and it's again No Mercy Warriors who continue on the warpath. Titan needing to step up today to stay in that top 8, to make it to champs. It's what they're looking for. He fades the nade, and Old Boy still a little bit split, but Robs is close enough to give some backup.
Yeah, just a bit right now. A lot of Molotov's been sent through over towards Watch Me. Again, I mean, it works in the end. He's just dropping tons. True pyromaniac, Old Boy here. Watch Me have to get back, but does expose himself for just too long. And the AKM, you know, if it's sprayed correctly, that thing really does hurt.
Rips through the helmet.
It's sort of unfortunate for MADBULLS as well, because they really wouldn't have had to compete with NEXUS at all down to Puerto Paraíso for those vehicles. I mean, there's tons in that area. So they could have just moved through, and it has been this drop, which is now sort of marring the gameplay on the back of it. So I'm sort of interested to why they went for this. It might have been mind games in the sense that, what if a team tries to drop on top of us in Puerto Paraíso? What if Major Pride tries to do it, understanding that that might be a really good chance for them? Or just any other random team within the lobby, really. It does get to that point in the final day where you just start to ruin the chances of other players. Astic completely whiffs the vehicle into the fence, lives and gets away with it, but will take down Old Boy in the process. So Titans down to 3 now. Obviously not good for Titans, considering how far they are down the leaderboard right now. Titan Gaming currently 8th place, at most risk of dropping out, actually, of 128 points.
They are right on that boundary with VIRTUS.PRO on 123. Sat right behind them, only a 5-point lead. VIRTUS.PRO playing on the east, a little bit more isolated. However, there is an answer. There's another knock, and Havlik will be able to find that flush. No Mercy Warriors losing one of their own players as well, so Titan put that point up on the board. Teams have started to move south. NEXUS have swung on that east coast all the way down to that south coast side. So they are fairly isolated on the south of this circle. Dagestan have moved into the south of Los Leones. Alpha just about moving in on the west to surround KONINA Power on the north of Los Leones. KASIK continue to play the east side of Chumacera. MUERTE shunting in on the west.
For NEXUS, actually really good for them, particularly just because they must have been so surprised when they just got through Porto, so no problem. They might have not seen the shoots down there, but there's always that sneaking feeling in your mind that perhaps that they dropped long towards Los Higos, moved back up to Porto Paraíso, but they must have moved through slowly, realized, guys, there's absolutely no one here. We can just straight send it. And now you're thinking about taking a position down the south side of the map, which is quite strong. A lot of times, Zerich though finding Tixi. This is big news. He has been one to be falling quite frequently. The reload comes through, but there isn't really much response yet, and they know they need that player back up. Unfortunately, he will finally fall.
There's Narvalo there as well. It's really hard to move up. But Meku just moves across the same ground, and the same thing happens. Matic spotted by Narvalo from SBG. An unfortunate pincer. The Gladiators, they just didn't quite get this maneuver right. It is unfortunate. Max was lighting up the group chat as well, just saying it's time for the Gladiators to prove themselves and speed up their rotation. It was not fast enough. The MADBULLS were able to get away from El Pozo, moved down. San Martin was moved out of from SBG, and both of them collapsed on this Gladiators route, leaving them just on the one player standing. Kitsune trying to make the most of it now.
You sort of feel bad for Gladiators in this situation because the rotation is decent, right? You assume that you're at most avoiding SBG. It's very odd for MADBULLS to be here right now. So for Gladiators, this is just a complete stymie of their rotate, right? I feel sorry for them. I don't think you expect for this to be here, and you have to make a quick rotation off the back of La Cobreria. You don't really have a choice to do too much scouting, so you just have to go off what information you currently have on board, which is SBG is going to be in San Martin. We move around the side of Power Grid. We get off the back of there. Meku tries to go for the hero play to support Tixi. It's just over at that point. It's very sad. It's very, very sad. For MADBULLS, though, they still have to go further. SBG haven't had the worst of performances so far in the finals, so I don't think that they're an easy contender for MADBULLS. Frozen's already sent far down towards the south side, hope to provide some kind of anchor point. In the meantime, that stage 2 circle, it is very far down towards the south again, giving NEXUS that strong spot.
Major Pride in a scrap with MUERTE, and 1 and 2 fall in the face of Milky Way. Finally over the top, they find a knock in response. Now Effects challenging the backlines for MUERTE, but Corker's on the ball. Nade in hand, Cooking, launches it over, sees a little bit of an opening here and forces Effect to take this peek, and goes well against Corker, but Furia is there to pick that back up. Now Major Pride gonna have to deal with KASIK on the north side as well, because they are overlooking this fight. Fortunately for MUERTE, they'll be able to get this res. They can piece themselves back together with the circle shifting down to the south coast as well. A really important hill for them to hold.
Yeah, it's very, very important here. And again, it's quite difficult. Both teams, KASIK on the warehouse on that northern side, and MUERTE tries to move further down towards the south. And Major Pride knows they've got to make a quick rotation. Usually from this spot, they have a decent rotate towards this area of the map. I think that the main difference maker is that the amount of times MUERTE in the past has tried to ruin this rotate, hold Major Pride out, go for a little bit more. It's very often. They haven't done it so much in the past. Bring it out on that final day. I fully respect it. I think this is where you do bring out all the stops. Last player from Major Pride down, and that is a massive storyline coming into the rest of the matches today, considering how much further they wanted to go to try and battle out against the top with MADBULLS. That's one game just written off.
Completely out the window there, not only for the top of the tables here, but remember the PMGC points as well. They were on that chase with the MADBULLS sat a significant chunk ahead. They need every opportunity, and now they only have 5 instead of 6 chances. With the MADBULLS still at full force on the north side, they might be able to get quite a good game here, and that, I think, if they find a good game here, it is curtains for the Major Pride chances in the PMGC points at the top. Maybe a little bit less so on the tables here, but would certainly be a good way to start out the final day for MADBULLS.
I think we've got to consider the fact that MUERTE is in a not bad spot right now, and we haven't talked about them too much so far, but MUERTE currently second place, 159 points total. They started this finals with only 58 bonus points, so they've really put in the shift here. 39 placement points to 62 eliminations, the highest out of anyone here in the finals altogether, so they've really, really done well, and I'm excited to see it. It's been a long time coming because Phase 3 was very slow. though, for MUERTE. It wasn't exactly up to snuff at all for me, for my liking, for what I've seen from these guys. But they're making it work where it counts, which is here in the finals, where every little point can send you further towards the top of the prize pool. Very excited to see what MUERTE can do with this position. It's fairly aggressive. You're working around teams coming in from the west, the north, even trying to hold out that southern rotational path. Here's Milky Way just absolutely dumpstering the guys coming through from Major Pride.
In fact, did put up a good fight on this hillside, but there's just too many, and with Black White not really there for the fight, losing those too early was just a death sentence. And that gives, as you were saying, MUERTE a really strong spot on those south hills with that high ground. And now with that shift moving to them again. Have an even better time of it. SBG though, they've taken a knock. They're looking for that res, seemingly good to find it. You can see that happening just on the left of the screen. And they'll play on the north side, close to Alpha, but KONINA Power also just going to roll up on the other side of this. This is going to force and entrench the Alpha 2-2 split unless they want to try and disengage from SBG, or maybe just straight up win that fight over on the west side, because Alpha are losing players in the meantime, and Mandarin left alone now.
Yeah, Mandarin knocked out. No one's there to save him. And Alpha was doing fairly well yesterday, honestly. I don't think there's really anyone close to this to give support. And again, I think this is Mandarin trying to provide some kind of position for the rest of the team to slingshot over towards. It didn't work out, unfortunately. KONINA Power already here. Do get the flush on him. That's Alpha now down to just 2 players. So really not an ideal spot to start here. For a lot of our top teams, I think the only 2 teams that have made it through that we're really taking a look at the moment is MADBULLS and MUERTE, and MADBULLS have not had an easy run of it. I don't know how much loot they'll have been able to get back on board, but they're out on that northern side. It's never the funnest of rotates currently. They're down towards that low ground, and they'll have to move further if this circle keeps shifting down towards the south, unless they get a little bit of luck. Circle moves north. They might be able to play with that. They might just be able to play with that.
The Alpha duo remaining, now widely split, Reflect and Tenchik. In their own little standoffs, Reflect close to SnowX from SBG, who themselves are down to 1 lone player. Tenchik looking to regroup potentially towards the center. Next circle comes through, and it's on top of that MUERTE Dagestan axis that sits in the middle of this next one.
This is interesting, because it's kind of like topsy-turvy from both MUERTE and Dagestan. You know, MUERTE would love to have played where Dagestan is, and I think Dagestan would have loved to have played where Korea's MUERTE is. They play well from that south side. So right now, Dagestan with a central compound, it never bodes well for any other team. I think Dagestan is extremely good when it comes to resource management, mainly when it comes to holding in a central spot, because you've got to be really careful with how much ammo you're using, which bits of utility that you're going to sacrifice early on in the game. So for Dagestan, this looks to be like a pretty good game in the making. For them being in 6th place, again, 139 points, tied with the Gladiators at the start of the game. Another great springboard position to push themselves further towards the top side of the table.
It's really pivotal for them on this map. This chance to chase, Major Pride denied that opportunity, obviously. And you just want to pump those numbers. Robs getting spotted for Titan. They tried to move across and did so fairly successfully into the back lines of No Mercy Warriors, but they had lost that player earlier. They're playing as 3, and they'll be under that bridge. Max drawing us some little paint diagrams as well, predicting perfectly their rotation. All credit to him. But now they've got MUERTE to deal with, and look at the high ground advantage here for Malloy. Such a devastating angle for Titan to deal with.
I mean, for Titans right now, there is a realistic rotational path for them, which is over towards the western side. The only issue is that the circle is closing, right? So they've got limited time. The difficult part of that western rotate is getting across the road here. You can see already Havlik is moving up towards it. There's compounds there to play in. They're not ideal, but they're somewhere, right? At the end of the day, but these are some great shots coming through from MUERTE, and Havlik is really having a tough time even scouting it out. But I think either way, he's sorted on the job there. He finds out that, look, the compound is free. We can move across. I have been absolutely blasted by MUERTE in the process, but I've brought back the info.
That might be more valuable to them as well. Great news to see if they can forge the rest of their rotations. Shockwave pushed in a little bit on the east side by this circle. VULGAR boys to their north, TUNA out to the west. A lot of these buildings now becoming a lot more treacherous and a lot more prone to the breaching for these next circles. A lot of tension on this east side.
Yeah, with TUNA right now actually in a pretty decent position. I like this spot. I mean, it's kind of cheeky as well with the amount of trees in this area. You can play a lot of nasty little angles, but you can see the people over on this eastern side, they have to push into a slight bit of open ground, in which case TUNA can definitely take advantage of that. You don't want to let them get into the tree line. That's when things start to get a little bit more difficult. You get into nade range. You can take a lot of sneaky spots. So for TUNA, they definitely have to be hyper vigilant going forward. KONINA Power on that northern edge. We saw them take down Alpha earlier on. And now we have to see a lot of other teams start to move. As we get our next circle in, this is stage 5. We're closing out the game now. We're getting towards those final difficult circles. And it is over towards that western edge. So MUERTE is still in. Dagestan are holding. And I think that this is actually sort of an ideal circle for Dagestan. You don't want to be slap bang in the center. It kind of causes a bit too much tension on your side of things. With them being a little bit further towards that eastern side, they can now really control this edge of the map. It's going to be extremely fun for them.
I think there is a lot of pressure on that eastern side, though. About 5 teams looking to potentially move into that ground, and MUERTE maybe with a better chance of it. Kitsune, he's been surviving for as long as possible and will burn the first of TUNA to step forwards. They want to drop this smoke. He's going aggressive here. Kitsune down and into the fight. Looks for more as well, but will just about be cut down. It looked worrying there, but TUNA keep it together. They're playing in the middle. VIRTUS.PRO not going to take that opportunity. With NEXUS so close, they can't push in third party.
Yeah, NEXUS on this side of the map, again, a team that's very good at barreling through these open spots, these little areas of contestation. SPG in the meantime taking down the remnants of Alpha. Snowix over on this side. SPG is just down to their singular player at the moment. KASIK playing a fairly traditional spot for themselves over on this western side around the warehouse. A little bit further down towards that low ground for themselves, so they'll have to move out at some point. MUERTE though, I think it's just that sheer firepower which is keeping them going at the moment. It's a strong spot to play in, requires a lot of control, a lot of patience and a lot of concentration because teams can rock up on this position quite easily. We saw it with Major Pride, however, they were very good in their rebuttal. So sent them back. But yeah, this eastern side is going to start to pop off. And this is the reason why I say Dagestan's spot's so nice, is that with this compound, so many other teams are going to have to fight each other. You're going to be able to pick up a couple of eliminations here and there and keep them out. There's a three-way to MUERTE predict here. Respect it, respect it. I'm going to stick with my Dagestan.
I think that's fair. I think those are the 2 teams that are the reasonable predictions here in this circle. With MUERTE having such a solid defense to their west, I feel like it's just going to be really hard for teams from that east side to get all the way across and contest them. I think MUERTE are very safe for now. I think it is a safer pick for me than Dagestan, which is probably why I've gone for it, I would suppose. This is the angle that we're on board with, though, that I was talking about when I said VIRTUS.PRO couldn't really move into third-party TUNA. NEXUS have that little overlook towards them, and if they'd have moved up, they would have just been shredded. So they played it a little bit further back and a little bit calmer. Remember, VIRTUS.PRO on the chase right now towards Titans, towards Gladiators for that 8th place bubble spot, Blank, for that shot at the champs.
Yeah, I think for Titans, they understand how important this game is to them. I mean, losing Old Boy early is... it's kind of standard, right? This is this sort of basic procedure for Titans losing Old Boy early on. So have to fight on with just 3. But on this western edge, it's not comfortable by any stretch of the word. I mean, you're still dealing with a high ground coming through from MUERTE and them taking shots down towards you. Stage 6 about to pop. Let's see where this one heads up to. VULGAR boys gets Foopsman into the building, but Dagestan do deal with it quite easily there.
Zadira pushing up to confirm this flush as well. The circle's very, very central. It keeps both MUERTE and Dagestan in, but puts them both at the edge here, Blank. I don't think you could say fairer for these 2 stronghold spots, though. That fight between them will continue.
Yeah, I think the only difficulty with MUERTE's spot right now is they need to start assuming a position where they can start to leave off this high ground, with Dagestan perhaps just wandering out the compounds touch easier, but they do need to continue clearing because I don't think they're done yet on this side. They haven't achieved enough. I like that push out from Zadira though. I think that people kind of underestimate how good having a knock player is in a part of a compound because you can actually move up towards them. It gives you a spot within that compound where information has been constantly pushed back towards you. So for Zadira taking him out, it kind of stops VULGAR boys completely in their push. In the meantime, we are seeing KONINA Power taking out the remnants of VULGAR boys, as well as on our screen, NEXUS. It's Doran, the adored player in the lobby at the moment.
Having lost EXO, though, for NEXUS, they have a tough push ahead of them, trying to move on in. KONINA Power suffered as well on the northeast side. SHOCKWAVE struggling. Everybody on this east side really suffering to Dagestan now, with NEXUS as that force behind. VIRTUS.PRO just trying to stay out of their sight lines on the south to get away with this one. A real hydraulic press happening right now on the east.
Zadira up close and personal alongside with KONINA Power. I think they realise where the big threat is coming from now. KONINA Power at 3, so definitely an availability to take the rest of that team out. MUERTE cleaning up Icy. In the meantime, MADBULLS have actually had a really good game. I think that all things said, you know, coming from El Pozo, starting out with that knock, having to move through San Martin, cutting off Gladiator's rotation as well. It's not been an easy game for them, but they are certainly putting in the shift right now on this northern edge from a position, remember, they don't usually play.
It is a tough time for the MADBULLS, but they have, as you say, put that pressure on. They're looking to move out KASIK and get across this road as their next big hurdle. They'll maybe wait for this circle, but you see they are doing a lot of work against this KASIK position. No one really there to third party this. No one's going to try and cross the road. The question is, do KONINA Power have the angles to go for this? Flique jumps around behind them, and they have got both of those angles under control. Don't even take a knock for it. 8 points for the MADBULLS. They really want to hold this top spot. They really want to hold the top of the PMGC tables as well.
Yeah, so far this is a gorgeous game coming through from the guys on MADBULLS. To MUERTE, Furia with his nades. Very classic of this lad. Beck and Ruda both don't have too much utility, I don't think. That's a nice nade from Furia that should do a lot of damage. Gets them both down to half HP. One more nade left in the pocket. Should do the trick.
Ruda last to stand, and it's the nade from Furia. As you'd expect, NEXUS further around the corner. MUERTE have been moving across this hill on the south flank, back and forth, dealing with Titan, moving over now to handle this team, this set of teams on the east side. VIRTUS.PRO down, and that is the end to their chase for this match, remember, on that bubble. Looking to deal with NEXUS. This circle pops away from Dagestan, and also kind of a little bit in the middle of no man's land now.
Walker. I think maybe MUERTE's getting a little bit bold right now, and I think it's fair play. They definitely are the type of team to be this bold in these scenarios. Just trying to clear out as much space as possible. They realized it was going to be a little bit hard for themselves to get out from their position, but they've done fantastically well. Same can't be said for Dagestan. I think they've been a little bit lackluster over on that northeastern side, not able to get as much damage as they'd like. I think they definitely put some hurt onto a fair few teams, but leaving now, they've not been able to do the same exact thing we've seen from MUERTE, which is just heading from place to place, taking down players in all locations. So really, really well done to MUERTE. Now Dagestan, they've got a tough push ahead of them. MADBULLS should have sightlines on this. They get all 4 players back up on their feet.
That north side of the road is keeping them safe for now, but they're going to have to get across. The buildings on the far side, very, very sparse. In fact, nothing really that they can go for at this stage as we shrink into the middle of it, into these fields. It's all going to be terrain play. See MADBULLS just keeping themselves safe. They've moved Frozen in. And maybe Dagestan looking to contest directly.
I think right now the closest to popping off in terms of eliminations and knocks is most likely this building. Eventually, MUERTE is going to have to push back over towards the rest of their team because Circle is pushing them over the edge, over the lip. That'll be Dagestan taking shots over towards Tulika, and Corker being really quick on the trigger there. He knew that there were still remaining members coming through from NEXUS.
MADBULLS making their cross, one player knocked, but they have got the cover to look for the res. Purple goes down to Corker, and TUNA trying to move around, move out wherever they can, but the blue zone is forcing their hand into unfavorable positions. Malloy's taking Titan to task as well. In the meantime, on all of these flanks, MUERTE now move forwards. They step into the center, and they have so much control. Based off that clear on the western flank, they immediately strike.
You get all the circle too. Corker's still holding behind there, just crunching out the players from TUNA who still have to move in. But like you say, we're moving out into open terrain now. Players from MUERTE just wandering around this area. They have that high ground still to play around with, which makes life very difficult for the likes of Dagestan and MADBULLS. But look at the amount of space they're trying to take. This is very greedy, but I do think that the fight's probably going to pop off between Dagestan and MADBULLS first, between the two of them. And realistically, Dagestan will have to wander over towards MUERTE, battered and bruised.
Blank, at the start of this match, there was a 2-point difference between MUERTE and MADBULLS. Right now, with the elimination counts as they stand, it is dead even, a dead heat, with the tiebreaker going MUERTE's way on the chicken dinners. One of these teams is going to go down first. Someone's going to earn more points, and a chance here for MUERTE to move up into the top spot at the start of the final day.
Yeah, both these teams really are battling head-to-head, and it looked like MADBULLS were going to pull ahead in this match, but MUERTE, again, great position they played in. Took so much control in that early game, which was fantastic to see. And again, the circle's not really going to pressure them for some time now. Shifu goes down to a lovely shot from Corker. He has been absolutely based this game.
Shining light, a forward point for the roster of MUERTE. And Dagestan just getting cut to pieces here. Noshi trying to stay alive for TUNA, but will get sprayed down as Furia. An excellent flank for Corker. They're moving 2 and 2. And through this ground, they keep this control just rolling on in. And the maneuvers that this team is pulling off are by the book, and they are working wonders.
Spraying through the smoke here. MADBULLS looking to clean up the remainder, but on this low ground, it's not easy. They're going to have to rely on just the caliber of skill coming from the MADBULLS in terms of those shots, in terms of those eliminations. Nasty Molotov coming through from MADBULLS will take down another player on the side of Dagestan. This is what I'm talking about. Zerich finds a lovely shot. Dagestan is out. Flique goes down to Corker. He has been on a tear this game. It's unbelievable.
2 players, MADBULLS, Zerich and Tulika spray towards Milky Way, but he's cut apart there. Last player now, Tulika for the MADBULLS, has 2 players to deal with. Furia back and over to the ridgeline. Looks for the flush, will be able to find it. Furia cooking up that nade. Can the res go through onto Zerich? No, Tulika is just going to push forwards, straight into the sightlines of MUERTE, and they take down another chicken dinner here, the 3rd of the finals. And with that final fight, they move into first place.
Yeah, they'll take themselves over a chicken dinner. It's great stuff from MUERTE. Honestly, that game was just by the book, realistic. Well, to be honest with you, by the anarchist book, to be honest, because there was some extremely aggressive plays towards that early game there, where they were taking so much control on that south side. You know, I don't think if you're not a team like MUERTE, that doesn't happen, and you don't get that much control going to the late game. But it's just certainly so strong from them. And I think that, yeah, that will definitely be our new #1 top spot.
MUERTE with a huge elimination count on that match as well. Let's not forget, they were able to rack up so many towards those final circles. They stayed quiet when they needed to and then took control at the perfect time. Brilliant stuff from MUERTE.
MUERTE with the first chicken dinner of today, Max. I mean, they've both already touched upon it. They had such a huge elimination count. They get the placement points. That's great for them and really great for MUERTE. But another team that we were talking about as well a little bit was MADBULLS and how much adversity they have had in being able to secure the top 2 spot.
Yeah, such a tough game for MADBULLS, really. They've been fighting since the very start of this game in Power Grid. They were involved with Gladiators, with SBG. They were able to transition without losing a single player, Janira. I know you mentioned it during that game. The fact is to have 4 players alive and they still racked up this many eliminations is insane. But you got to bring up MUERTE, like not only getting themselves the chicken dinner, as Blank described it, very by the book. It was very much, we got high ground position, we're scouting out everyone in this location, we're going to do a 2-2 split to gather as much intel as possible. We're going to regroup when we have to take fights, and we're going to apply zoning pressure when we have the opportunity to do so, which is what they did at the end, and that results in a 19 elimination match plus the 10 points of the chicken dinner. Is that a record game for this season? I'm not sure. Did we have a 20 elimination game? I don't remember because oh no, we had a 25 elimination chicken dinner.
We had 25 from Titan. That was like game number 1.
Dagestan like, 2. I was not there then. I was not there. But yes, for me, it's the case.
It's the case for Max and his memory of a goldfish, which we all have, let's be completely honest. But listen, we all have it, okay? The MUERTE, though, they got it under lock and key because 7 eliminations from Furia alone. I mean, look, Zarash getting 4 elims, that is absolutely incredible. That's a great number to be in. But when you're comparing it to 7, that's impressive. I don't know what the MUERTE... I mean, you said it yourself, they went by the book, but the fact that the MUERTE just started off so strong, what was their breakfast? That's my question here. 4,000 damage, almost what?
I was about to say, like, this is an insane... This is an insane damage ratio. This one might be a record, though. Like, for almost 4K, that's pretty nutty. I didn't see how much Dagestan had or Titan in their 25 elimination chicken dinner, but almost 4K damage, that is... I'd love to see what the ratio is individually. Almost 3 players reach 1,000 damage. Are you joking? Are you joking right now? That's...
I'm not joking. Ooh. I'm serious. We are serious because...
Just facts.
Literally just facts, no printer. I mean, 7 elims for Furia, Korka with 6, Malloy with 4, Milky Way with 2. It's not just that Furia had this huge performance all by himself, 7 elims. It's like every player has contributed to an extent, and that is what you really need and want to see. I mean, they started off this game strong, they finished it strong. MADBULLS have had their adversities. They were really doing their best. They don't get that chicken dinner, but it was still a really good game from their end.
Yeah, I like what Blank just wrote in our private chat right now. He just said it's equivalent of 40 knocks. When you put into that perspective, it's even more insane. Really, it's just mental to think about it. But yeah, to MUERTE, when you look at the individual players, they all look pretty good. But Korka in particular, he was not only doing really well in that final fight against Dagestan, against MADBULLS, also able to spot out some of the remnants of TUNA coming in from the eastern side. When the team went from their 2-2 split to a 3-1 split, he was holding down the eastern edge so well. No team got even remotely close because you would not see it too much. I don't think we really saw it on the stream. But on the map feed, you saw he was taking shots pretty consistently when he saw people trying to get remotely close to his location, so he was really trying to create that space, zone teams away as much as he possibly could. So impressive stuff from the MUERTE, but Korka in particular really made sure they were safe entering these final moments. But MADBULLS, another good game. And that is scary, Ginny, because we were talking about it during this game. Major Pride died early. Gladiators died early. I think this is the game, what we just witnessed, the game that secures their spot into PMGC. Unless something insane happens. For the rest of the day, I think it's already done.
Okay. I would love to see that at some point as well during the day, whether or not that's the case. I mean, coming into today, we said we could expect a lot of different things, so that's a huge statement, and I am pretty sure you're right, but you know, I just gotta see the cold, hard facts. I want to see them. We will at some point, but looking at how MADBULLS was able to approach this game, let's have a look at the overall, but I think as well, from MADBULLS' perspective, the fact that so many things didn't go in their favor and they still get this many points, they still keep themselves on the top of the pack in terms of second place, 10 points behind the MUERTE. That is impressive on its own, but the fact that the MUERTE has come into the finals in the last 3 days specifically and has had such a formidable run, insane.
Yeah, they're starting to run away with it when it comes to elimination lead too. They got 9 more eliminations than MADBULLS, mostly off the back of this game, and I think they're going to keep increasing that because the MUERTE is a very momentum-based team. I remember seeing them. They get themselves a game that goes really well, and they can follow it up with maybe not other chicken dinners, but at least some strong results, right? And I feel like they're a team that's going to get in the zone, in the vibe, Ginny, and they're going to keep on popping off. So scary prospect for MADBULLS, but also don't forget about Alpha Team. They're still lingering, one good game away, which we've seen now multiple times they can do. They could catch up really quickly. So, I mean, there's so many contenders here. It's so interesting. But I want to see now, more importantly, I want to go to the second page to see how close it is between 8th and 9th. And it's almost nothing. Wow. Yeah, one game. That's one good game.
That is. And that's a scary position to be in as well, because you're looking at the likes of Titan, you're looking at the likes of Gladiators, and they have a 2-point difference between each other. So even the difference between VIRTUS.PRO on 9th and Gladiators on 7th is really incredibly close. I don't think you're safe as long as there is a below, like I would say like a 15-point gap between yourself and number 9. You are going to be shaking and you need to show up on every single map. Sanhok, though, historically a map that Gladiators has done well on, a map that they are able to find eliminations on, and a couple of, and some damage, maybe a placement point here and there. But that's really what we need them to do alongside Titan as well, because these are our number 7 and number 8 team. And if this one goes away,
yeah,
it's going to be a little scary.
It's going to be a bit spooky. It's spooky month. We're in the season for that. You know, I'm going to... for Gladiators, it's really odd, as always, because this rotation... I said it on the very start of this previous Miramar game. I saw the northern plane path, which means they're going to drop in their northern city, as always. Yeah. Southern phase 1 circle. Like, okay, this is really how you're going to test the medal for Gladiators. Can they rotate properly? And unfortunately, they crashed into SBG versus MADBULLS, lost 3 players. Kitsune gets in the center, hopes for the best. Salvage missions aren't going to cut it anymore when this caliber of teams, every team here can compete at the top. So it's not going to be enough to salvage games. You need to get good games on top of that. So I'm intrigued to see how it's going to go down heading on Sanhok. I want to see faster rotations. They tend to get punished very heavily. We saw some of that in phase 3, but not a lot recently, which is odd. I think that was a big improvement. So we'll see how things are going to go down. It's very, very worrying for Gladiators. And I want Blank also to answer a question right now, because he brought this up on day 1, day 2. You don't doubt them too early. I'm starting to doubt them a little bit. I don't know if
it's not too
tell
early,
me, is it too soon or not?
I don't know if I don't think it's too soon anymore, because we've already finished the done and dusted map 1 of today. We have 5 more maps to go, and I think if it was 5 more maps to go and there were group rotations and certain groups are being excluded from certain maps, I think that would potentially be a much easier time to not doubt them. But the fact that every single team is playing on every single map, and these teams have continuously shown us that the quote-unquote new contenders are genuinely out for blood, I'm worried too. I'm doubting too. I'm not gonna lie, Max. It's looking scary.
Yeah, even the team at the bottoms of the leaderboards, we've had some really strong storylines to talk about them, like KASIK team, VULGAR boys, incredible rise towards the end of the league stage. TUNA Esports, that's been improving significantly from phase to phase to phase. Yeah, as I said, the caliber of skill from all of these teams is really high, really impressive, and even if you were one of the best top teams in the previous season, it's not going to be that easy anymore, and you just got to keep on applying pressure. And right now, the pressure has been applied on those top teams, on Gladiators and Major Pride in particular. So it's a tough time for these guys, but you got to be able to weather the storm. And you still got 5 matches. There's still a lot of points you can gather, but when you have one bad game, your morale can be low really quickly, so they need to pick themselves back up and start to be on that wave of success, hopefully.
They need to shake themselves and pick themselves back up and just run straight at it. So let's run straight at our casters. Let's head over to Blank and John and see what they think about Gladiators, and if we should also be worried or if it's not too late yet.
We are indeed going to sprint on over. Oh, Blank's taking cover. He's trying to dodge. He's trying to get it out of the way. He's getting it out of the way, making sure that Furia can't throw those nades over his direction, because they are terrifying. On Sanhok as well is where we're going to find our next match.
I was scared because, you know, the Desta, they were going to run straight out as like a couple of quarterbacks, which is fair play to them, really. They're both absolutely jacked, you know. I see Janiro and Max in the gym every single day, you know, pumping that iron. It's fair enough. Janiro could bench 200 kilograms, or I've heard at least. But Max, man, look, I think it's time to doubt. I'm doing a heavy doubt. I'm doing a heavy press X to doubt on Gladiators at the moment. I'm a bit worried about these boys. Something's not quite right. I think the main thing to do at this point is to get into championships, because it's really not looking too good right now. That's fair enough. I mean, they will qualify. I'm almost certain of that. If they don't, it'll be a huge upset. But I think for Gladiators, either way, getting a qualification to championships is fairly certain for me. They'll work their way through. I just don't really want to see a repeat of last year's PMGC League stage, where they were performing so well, but just kept making silly mistakes, like we're seeing here in the finals again. again, I do feel like that last game is a little bit of a throwaway match just purely with the rotation that came through from MADBULLS. It's hard to predict that one.
Ooh, looks like English is having a little bit of trouble with KASIK. We're right at the end of the plane path and dropping straight down. That looks like might be a bit of an issue there. KASIK will play as 3, and they play that all-important trifecta area with Titan dropping down south towards Painan still, as they have done before. So a little bit of an opening, potentially, on this northwestern island.
Absolutely. Bit unfortunate there for English. VULGAR boys over towards that eastern side. I want to see one good game out of the VULGAR boys. All right, man, that's what I want. I want to see them pop off. It's been a while since we've seen the Foots man on the stage making the big plays, and realistically, he still can. He still can. Cape flowing in the wind, just looking majestic. But right now, looking a little bit dogged. So I want to see less frayed edges on that Cape, man. Come on.
Make sure you got that tribute. You want to double stitch it there. I don't know. I was trying to fish for some sort of tailoring terminology, but blank, I just didn't have that depth there, unfortunately. And hopefully, VULGAR boys are going to find that depth. On the northeast side, going to have to shunt their way in towards KONINA Power, most likely, over the north side of Quarry. Could swing down, but I think more likely they're going to push in that way. SHOCKWAVE over in Hartin. Gladiators over in Camp Alpha on their split. The MADBULLS playing that Ruins. The question, as you've said, is can that doubt be assuaged by the Gladiators on this northwest side to stay alive inside the bubble for Titans as well?
Yeah, because Gladiators are going to need to get themselves a quadruple crosshatch weave on their Kevlar over on this northwest side, because they need to be looking real strong. They need to look real durable in the next few games. All right, that's the main thing. Also, quadruple crosshatch double weave is made up. It's made up. I lied. I have no tailoring experience either way, but I made it up. I used my imagination. MUERTE on our screens. What a massive match from them last time around. Looking absolutely phenomenal so far. 19 eliminations off the back end. I mean, it kind of was just insult to injury, right, with the 19 elims, because for MADBULLS, I think what they'd thought to themselves was, guys, we've done it. We've made it. We've done fantastically well. This game started off horribly, and we turned it back around. Second place, let's go. And then they see who comes in first. And they're like, not to MUERTE. Anyone but to MUERTE. So I think for MADBULLS, a little bit upsetting. But again, that last game does put them still in a position where they can catch up again. I think without that last game, it might have just been chop chop, it's over. Let's get to that final game and crown MUERTE at that point.
I mean, if you lose your player, I think it was Frozen, who went down really early on against No Mercy Warriors. You're playing as 3, and from that north side, maybe you lose 1 or 2 towards SBG on that maneuver instead of having all 4 of your players alive. And it could have been a lot worse for them. You're right, they've battled through and kept that gap at probably as small as possible in the face of a indomitable MUERTE win. And they've done well to keep that gap small. Titan moving closer. The walled compound to the northeast of Painan. They leave fairly early from that drop spot. And it's No Mercy Warriors. They're going for these early scraps quite a lot today, Blank.
Yeah, it kind of feels like, you know, you're trying to start off the game like a 4-elimmer. They just want to get the old engine rumbling a little bit, which is fair enough. I think some teams prefer to have like their slow starts to it. But for Titans, it definitely feels like they need to get first blood, right, in these games. They need to feel like they're on fire, that they're warmed up coming to these matches. It's not a bad play style by any stretch of the means, but I think once you get to like harder lobbies, this isn't going to fly so much. So for Titans, again, between now and championships, just in a little bit, you know, I'm not spoiling no dates, okay? I'm not spoiling no dates, but between now and then, there definitely needs to be some improvement in the meantime. I think if you're Titans, you know, you've made a pretty good breakout strategy here over towards PMPL EU. You'll definitely be feeling that want to improve, that want to show up on the big screen. I think too many times we'll see teams like MADBULLS, although they haven't done it here, thank the Lord, they'll see teams like MADBULLS just completely drop the ball. And it's a thing that even Max was chatting to me about earlier. I know I'm going on and on right now, but some of the Max was talking to me earlier, it was about Fireflux. You know, it's looking like they're not going to qualify into championships after such a strong historical performance from them in the past. And I think once you get to those heights, you can just let it go sometimes.
You do need to keep up pace. You need to make sure that you are ready for all of these newly developing teams coming through. And they will, given that opportunity. Major Pride, I would say kind of that similar story as well, although they are doing a little bit better in terms of their performance during these finals. They are still not the Major Pride that we know of old. This roster certainly got the power. They have shown us, even in these finals, that they have got what it takes, but they'll need a little bit more strength. And of course, we were talking at the start of the day about Major Pride chasing over towards the MADBULLS for those PMGC points. With MADBULLS performing like they did in that last match, Major Pride got 0. I feel like that's basically it. There's no way that Major Pride could do this in 5 games.
You'd have to profit a lot, right? And I think we have seen like 4 chicken dinners in a row before, but we would have to see a real revamped phase 2 looking Major Pride, right? I think that's the only way that happens. And again, starting from a central position, it's a map where they do fairly well on. Sanhok is a good place to start. And I think, you know, getting back on the bike for Major Pride, this is their best chance at it. So we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Again, like you say, they're going to have to profit a lot. Almost an unreasonable amount. MADBULLS also have to do badly. There's a lot of things that have to come together here. You know, they have to line up. Just really tough to make those calls a lot of times. So Major Pride, though, still fairly central position. This is a good place to make it happen, guys. Come on.
Looks like English is back in the mix for KASIK team. I thought I would almost counted him out, but he is moving. He's over towards Camp Alpha on the northwest side. Potential thorn in the side of Gladiators as well. I mean, if they try and make this push, if English has that high ground on the top of the mountain, could really ruin the Gladiators' day at the worst possible time for them as well.
You know, I think, personally, this is very opinionated, but I think so many teams try and ruin the day for Gladiators every single time. It's like there can be teams doing way better than them, like MUERTE, or other teams up towards the top, like NEXUS or Alpha. It will be constantly just random teams or MADBULLS that will just target Gladiators. I think they get bullied, man. I think Gladiators get bullied a lot in these lobbies. I feel bad for them. I think that's why I support them so much, because they really do have to deal with a lot of adversity in these matches. Like, you could sort of understand as well why they check their back so many times in these games. Because they're paranoid, man. They're paranoid. And it's unsurprising. It's well-justified paranoia.
When they don't, it seems like almost every time they don't, in fact. They just get backfilled from a team moving over on the north side, you know, SHOCKWAVE down from Hatin, trying to push in behind, or MADBULLS flowing up on that western side, and they just get caught. You're right. You know what? I think, yeah, people need to cut the Gladiators a break, even though they aren't performing to the standard that they should be. Quite frankly, at this point, they are still looking fairly good to make it into champs. So maybe they'll find a little bit less cruelty sent their way over on that phase if they're able to make it. I think particularly on Sanhok as well is where they feel the most victimized.
Yeah, I mean, it's the blank PSA of just stop upending Gladiators and trying to steal their lunch points. It's not cool. It's not acceptable. Play the game. Play the game, guys, please. Please. I'm not biased, I swear. I just feel bad for them. Looking at the map, though, VIRTUS.PRO over towards that south side of bootcamp. Decent game yesterday on Sanhok from VIRTUS.PRO, able to get themselves that win. I think Max was talking about earlier where it was a crazy circle. It was one where Titans were able to head up towards the south side compound in Hatin. And I do think they could have won that game. They made some odd calls towards the end, some odd peaks. So yeah, I think that was a missed opportunity for the Titans, which would have actually held them a little bit safer in these matches. That is bold, and it worked.
Somehow, you're right. I mean, the roll-up straight up onto SBG, and 2 of their players fall like grass in the wind. They are blown back by SHOCKWAVE. And an aid to respond. Narvalo close by on the rock will find Scars. Snowix moving in. They don't know the rock. They are looking to scout it out. And another from Narvalo to try and finish off that knock. That looks pretty on target there, but it's a little bit too long on the cook there, unfortunately. Narvalo crawling forward to launch another one in. Snowix not moving up in the same fashion. There's a flush, there's a spray. It's Nexus. Third party from the north side. They are moving on down, and they have spotted some of SHOCKWAVE. So SBG, sure, they lose 2 of their players, but SHOCKWAVE almost immediately have 2 turned around on them.
Yeah, it's why it's not the greatest decision to make this play. And especially start flying over the top of the hilltop as well and exposing yourself to the other side of the valley. Aza finds Narvalo in the process. It's likely to be a very bad time for both these teams. It will get flushed out as well, so now just down to one singular player. It feels like it's Snowix every single time. Last guy alive for SBG, really just trying to hold things together. Like Spider-Man on the train tracks. It is a sad time for him. He's definitely doing his best though. All respect goes out to Snowix this time around. New member coming through on SBG, who has made a big name for himself here in PMPL EU. Goodness me.
It's true.
Try my best.
It's all right, it's all right. I was convinced you were going for a Tom Holland Spider-Man reference, but then you curveballed me with a Tobey Maguire, and I'm all for it, you know. I'm loving it. Seeing if they can extend all of their arms, trying to grab all of this area on the southwest side. No Mercy Warriors proving to be a barrier for everybody trying to make a difference today.
I'm about to divide the whole fan base. Tobey Maguire was way better than Tom Holland. So, you know, at me. Do at me on that one, all right?
Interesting.
I'll take all the battles with everyone to convince you otherwise. To MUERTE right now.
It's the dance, isn't it? You loved it.
I did. It pretty much all just the dance. Tom Holland's a great Spider-Man, but the dance, come on. It's iconic.
Can't beat Bully Maguire. He's found gladiators already. He's going for it.
You cannot. To MUERTE though, currently dancing around the guys from Dagestan. There's Limbo on the floor. Just try and spray through that door. Opens that up, so it does make it a little bit more difficult. Oh, I thought that was his arc on the nade. I was like, where the hell is that arc going? But it's his teammate from behind.
Ooh, a little bit of a tag there for the damage for Corker. And he backs off the corner. Pre-nades from Dagestan on this corner, but the vehicle just keeping him nice and safe. Here's the off angle coming through from Milky Way to force Limbo into a pretty tricky spot, but they do find him. Milky Way is knocked. They have got a little bit of cover to play around, but MUERTE are going to have to respond to this if they want to keep themselves alive on the southeast side. Dagestan trapped, sure, they're playing as 3, yes, but MUERTE having to slow this one down. The reposition comes through. They need to be pretty fast about this res.
Yeah, ASAP Rocky here. Let's try and get it working. Titans dying. Not exactly surprised to me, honestly. I think recently they just have not been playing up to scratch or up to what we expect from them. To MUERTE, I think that their biggest weakness lies in their overconfidence. And I think last game it works out because of where they are on the map.
I see. But the drop shot hits another one. He's on the swivel, but finally, just about right on the line. And Wobbly is able to get the rest of No Mercy Warriors back to their feet. Titan, give VIRTUS.PRO another opportunity to try and take that bubble spot. MUERTE back over to this fight on the southeast side. Furia has fallen, and they have gone topsy-turvy on this engagement. Dagestan turning it around, trying to steal the vehicle. You're going to have to be a little bit more cheeky than that. Meloy sees that one happening, puts a stop to it. They're going to have to shift away. Next circle comes through. It keeps that Major Pride Junction compound in and KONINA power.
For Major Pride, oof, lovely compound. This is going to be great to play off the back with. You know, clear out the entirety of that western side. In the meantime, Gladiators currently battling versus Nexus. Difficult team, and they're down to 3 players. Make that 1 now. There's a couple of knocks come through, and Dagestan just try and get away, but it's keep. We get popped out the vehicle in the process. Limbo last alive for Dagestan, just has to send it even further into the circle.
Trying to get on through Limbo. Sends and sends and sends and does not stop. SHOCKWAVE. Tried to find him, tag a bit of damage, but he's behind the rock and has cover. The vehicle, I don't think, is going to last too much longer. This fight on the north side, leaving Gladiators again on that solo player, Matic, trying to make his way through. Can Nexus get past VULGAR boys as well?
I mean, for Nexus, getting down towards VULGAR boys' position probably wouldn't be the greatest of ideas for them. They could just send straight south alongside this ridge, try and play off the compound that is just to the south of them. Probably a smart move. In the meantime, Major Pride is doing fantastically well, holding out so many teams that keep trying to crash this compound, understanding how valuable it can be. They just took down TUNA. Then they go heads ahead again with No Mercy Warriors. VIRTUS.PRO realize there's a chance, maybe. It's our turn.
It's their push. They will start to enact it. Naomi doesn't quite have the sightline onto Beck here. The window not available to him. Naomi still low, but is back on his feet. Effect close by as well. A single nade through the window, and that is a massive force for Major Pride's hold going down. VIRTUS.PRO not fully committing, and the Gladiators will fall as well.
Lucky for the Gladiators, Titans are out already, so their position won't move too much. So I think this is sort of just a championships tournament for the Gladiators and Titans right now. There are bigger names in the lobby that are looking for that trophy. Black White, I think he's got a really good idea of where these two players are. He's been seeing them just roaming around so many times. He's got to be very careful with this because there is two angles to peek off the back of one another. So it's likely if Black White tries to go for a shot, oh dear. I've definitely forgotten my prediction there. I'm so sorry, production. I was very into the game. I was into the match. I've got a VULGAR boy predicting there, apparently.
I did as well. That's what I've gone for. I liked their isolation on the north side. I think all these teams on the south gonna scrap it out, and they might just be able to play the outside because it's likely Major Pride and KONINA Power all gonna have to leave. So if they can play this area near Quarry, they might just be able to sweep through. That's my hope anyway. Alpha team being thrown in there from Ginny on the south side with MADBULLS bearing down on them though. I think that's a bit of a risk. NEXUS coming through for Maxman. They're playing as 3, but they have got that north side advantage as well.
All right, so it wasn't production that predicted for me. It was me that predicted for me, in quotation marks, because I wanted VULGAR boys to win. Obviously, earlier on, that's why I predicted them. I really wanted to see them win this game. MADBULLS, oh, cheeky roll-up. Come on, yes.
Makes it work and gets that flush as well. I think he might go down for his trouble to the fire. Zerich burns him. Burnt down by Fleekate. A nade from Mandarin. 3 players from Alpha. Trying to fend off against the 3 from the MADBULLS. That off angle is still there. And Zerich is still resible. Mandarin through the window, spotted, and Tulika gets the drop on him. But fortunately, Mandarin gets back to cover. Pre-fire on the windows. Moves to the back of the shack as well. And the Mads can't quite find him. He's slippery in this scrap, and he's out through the window as well. Frozen launches himself on in through that window. MADBULLS are going to lose 1, lose 2, and it's just Frozen now. Alpha looking to hold. Zashipa on the crossfire. And it's Alpha to stop the MADBULLS dead in their tracks on the south.
Dude, Mandarin rocking up with the crouch peek. That is disgusting. See a little 360 he did as well? That's just playing with him, man. I kind of want MADBULLS to win that fight, just the way they rolled upon him. KONINA Power dealing with the remainder of MUERTE. Still 8th place. It's not bad. I think that they got 4 eliminations off the back of that as well, so it's decent. And MADBULLS out, so they'll just be evening the tide there. In the meantime, VULGAR boys attempting to get down the hill. It's not going too well right now. Major Pride might just be able to get out and start doing a little bit more, but no team currently on all 4 players. So it's sort of a toss-up right now, but with KONINA Power having this position down towards the southeast side in the compound, very safe. Safety first.
Ooh, Limbo is still doing bits for Dagestan as that solo player, but Tresley knows exactly where he is. Look at this. Limbo knows he just bides his time. He waits this one out. Tresley's going to take some shots over towards that Nexus area. They know they're worried. Foopsman is rezzed. Moving forwards, Pylaus. Risky, because KONINA Power could have the angle here. Tresley takes that challenge and will emerge victorious. Nexus want to pull themselves back up, and VULGAR boys can move down now with Limbo moved out the way.
That's a good push from VULGAR boys, actually. I really like that. They drop 1 player up first. I mean, it's the obvious play, right, to get a Molotov in towards Watchtower. Always ends up with you getting an elimination. And then the player on the backstop takes a shot as soon as they peek out to stop that play. I felt like VULGAR boys had a great idea of where these players were. It's unfortunate they're not able to take 1 out before they lose their backstop there in Tresley. Did have to move down. But again, we got 3-3 and then 3 2s. So this is an interesting way to end the game. Alpha currently very much suffering. Shockwave, 2 players dead central. I think they're currently playing in a shack right now. But a great nade will open things up.
And a second in through the window. Beautiful from Foops, man. Threads that needle. And they are now the only team that actually has their feet in the circle with Foops man on that forward position, on these rocks. They've got a lot of cover to move up to that building potentially as well. They need to be careful though. From Major Pride on that side angle, they do not have the best of cover. That hill slopes away from them. Foops man, goes down. Could be dangerous. Pylaus, it's up to him to get this res.
He's got to move forward as well because he's not currently in the circle. I don't think KONINA Power took shots yet because they're too busy moving with the vehicles. He gets by. And he's got a lot of nades to work with, actually. Knows the angles to take. We'll toss one in.
Just falls short of the window. Bounces off the sill there. Alpha trying to heal out in the blue zone, but he can't do that anymore. We'll be able to survive just, I think, through this phase, but as soon as that circle hits, he's not going to be able to make it further. Foops man back on his feet, and the nades can start to pour into KONINA Power. The shots from Alpha, he's still there, but he's not gone for the heal. He's going for a second onto KONINA Power. Oh, this is big.
Our phase almost goes down. A single nade from Foops man could be the end for him. Nice shot from Black White. Again, takes them down, but they sort of still have a great position to play off the back of. The circle is moving in, though, and they will have to move forward. I don't know if they even have time for this res.
A nade in through the door should be the end of a phase, but somehow he skirts the damage, launches one back. The res from VULGAR boys, I think, just comes through as well now, so they're playing as 2. 2 knocks towards KONINA Power. It's just Palucci on the outside. Can there be an impact? 3 players down the hill, and they light Foops man up, and Pylaus next. 3rd place for VULGAR boys, but now we're over to KONINA Power and Major Pride, trying to duke it back and forth, and it's still just Palucci in the face of 2.
Yeah, Palucci just got mega flashed. He was so blind for so long. Literally pulls out the sunglasses, though. Make sure that doesn't happen again. Player in black-white moving up towards Nomi to get that res. I think there's one Molotov on the side of KONINA Power. There's a nade, actually. If you can hit this just right. Oh, it's on the side.
Ooh. Getting that res all important. Another nade towards the back. Black-white still not resed. And they do put a pause on it. Another nade, that goes wide, and that will find the flush. Lomi is low. KONINA Power looking to keep this one going. Major Pride want to answer the MADBULLS chicken dinner with one of their own. 12 eliminations right now on the cards for them. They want that 14th. If they can find both of these points, the circle is crunching. It will fully close here. Nomi breaks the nade, forces that reposition from Becca, but it goes a little bit long.
This is so well played by KONINA Power, making it really awkward now for Major Pride. Even the step out was strong.
Naomi takes a bit of damage. Naomi as well. A lot of shots pouring back towards KONINA Power, though, and Major Pride get that control they were looking for. KONINA Power nearly with those nades were able to do it, but Major Pride put a chicken dinner, an answer to the MADBULLS. 22 points on this match. Can they keep it going? Can they make that difference? We said it's very unlikely that they're going to be able to catch that PMGC points total, but Blank, with a 22-point match, they might just be able to keep it rolling.
Yeah, I think that when you look at that game, right, we said it right at the start, I thought Major Pride have a really strong position in this one. It's a map that they perform well on. They need to get a lot of profit, though, right, the next couple of games. But that's a good start. That's a really good start for Major Pride in terms of momentum and morale.
Absolutely. They did great stuff from their position. They played on that junction. They pushed out when they needed to. It wasn't super flashy, but it was well orchestrated. In the end, they were able to take it home.
Major Pride with the chicken dinner that they so desperately needed. It was down to the wire though between them and KONINA Power Max, but this is definitely one for the storylines. If KONINA Power were to have taken it, that would be huge, pushing them into the top 8. But now looking at Major Pride, getting that chicken dinner could potentially put them in contention for that #1 spot.
Yeah, it's going to be so close. There's so many storylines that keep getting hit every single game so far today. We're only 2 games in. We still got 4 more to go. It's going to be really cool to see how things are going to wrap up by the end of the day. But 24-pointer, an absolute knockout of the park kind of game for Major Pride. And I thought that previous game of MADBULLS, that was the deal breaker when it comes to PMGC. That was going to put them over into the league stage of PMGC 2023. But now with a 24-pointer to boot, it's a lot of back and forth. This is clearly in Europe, Janira, I'm not going to lie, one of my favorite rivalries we've had in a long, long time. MADBULLS versus Major Pride. There's so much history with the players too, splitting apart, becoming some of the best teams present in Europe, and now all competing for the same thing at the top. So you couldn't write anything better right now, even if you were trying to. This is peak. This is peak. It's peak. It's peak fiction.
Peak entertainment, peak story writing, peak storylines. I mean, absolutely correct. When we're looking at MADBULLS and Major Pride, I think every single time we're looking at the match ranking, we see where either one of these teams is placed, and then you look at MADBULLS and it's like, oh no, it is oh no.
Titan and Gladiators though, what's going on? I mean, John's just said in our private chat too, and I fully agree. Right now, KONINA Power are able to close that gap significantly. Maybe this is the first game where we have a Titan, not that. I think so. It was what, a 12-point difference you said earlier, right?
Yeah, it was 12 points.
Yeah, it's done. I mean, now Titan are out of top 8. Yeah, they're out of top 8, so they need to catch up.
They can get back if they. We still have 4 more maps, right? So they can get back. That's the thing. That's what's making this so incredibly impressive, is that every single game changes the overall in a certain way that could just shift the whole balance. So honestly, my brain hurts, but in a good way.
My heart hurts right now. There's so many teams I want to see qualify, Jenny. I want to see them all qualify.
All of them. Can we just give all of them a qualification? That would be really nice. But
good for Major Pride. Good for Major Pride. They were able to defend their push versus No Mercy Warriors really quickly, and because of that, VIRTUS.PRO didn't have an opportunity to third party. So that was really, really good presence from Major Pride on the road trifecta that we've seen many circles finish over there, and you would know that if you've seen Spring, that circle, that spot is really, really strong for Major Pride. And then you transition, and a very important thing for Major Pride to do, which I think they've done really efficiently, it's when you get to those rocks, when you leave the compound, is all about clearing off angles, getting rid of VULGAR boys, getting rid of potential south of the road. If you eliminate those off angles, you can play those rocks, and it's almost impossible to push you away from them unless you have Molotovs and nades, which KONINA Power didn't have a ton of them. So really strong transition points, the good execution on the early game stage, defending their compound, transitioning away from that. This is a textbook game we just witnessed from Major Pride, and I want to see more of it. I want to see it close on the PMGC rankings.
Yeah, it's a great from them as well. Just playing it so textbook, getting themselves 14 elims, getting themselves the 10-pointer as well for that chicken dinner. So it's what they needed. But again, Major Pride is one of the teams that we've seen before where they have one really good game during the day and the rest is all a little bit mess. So I want to hold my horses. I want to see what happens in the 3rd game of today before I go like, oh yeah, Major Pride, they're back, yay! Because I feel like you never know. Also, Alpha Team this time around, I think they were in a really great spot, but Max, that also didn't really come to fruition.
Don't even get me started, Ginny. I'm fuming. I'm pissed. Okay. No, I saw them push initially. The first initial push was really good from MADBULLS on Alpha Team. I was like, yes, this is great. Absolutely bonkers. I'm loving it. And then I think it was Zerich that had a Molotov. And they decide to just push instead of using a Molotov, which, again, in those buildings, it's wooden floor. You can spread that, knock out half of the building, pretty much make it unusable, and then just push them out and win off the back of that. So the fact they didn't use the Molotov, for me, is kind of a throw, so it's a bit weird, though. One thing that was not thrown away is that win for Major Pride. Great double spray down for Naomi with the UMP, and with points that, again, they desperately needed here.
Yeah. I thought you were going to say one thing that was not thrown away was the Molotov, but you didn't sink that low. You didn't go for the low-hanging fruit. So I'm proud of you, Max. You're doing great today, okay? Great storylines, great predictions, great jokes. But with that as well, then MUERTE just further pushing that lead ahead. We saw MADBULLS. They got a total of 2 points this game, which is absolutely very low. Don't know how else to put it in like a nicer way, but when we're looking at MADBULLS, I think this is really this is when they need to wake up, because Major Pride are currently 7 points behind them. And that is the team that we are looking forward to.
Sorry, I love the top teams. It's fantastic. I'm looking at bottom 7, 8 right now. Okay,
Yeah.
140, 136. Show me, how close is it right now? How close is it? It's 2 points.
2 points.
Oh my god!
My goodness.
I don't like this. This is tough. I mean, the thing is, Titan could fall. Also, what could happen is Titan has a good game, overtake Gladiators, and Gladiators fall below KONINA power. Like, it's a bit weird. I know we're like going to the worst case scenario. Chances are it might not happen, but this is possibly one of the biggest fall-offs from one of the big 3, aka Gladiators. So it's a bit spooky. It's a bit scary.
It is really
There's still
scary.
4 games. There's still 4 games. It can still happen, but they're being caught out in the rotations again. I wonder if we're going to see a big change in pacing from Gladiators. We need. It's not. Can we? Is we need to see a big change. And looking at PMGC rankings, I want to see how close.
That's when. Yeah. Now we want to look at the top, because earlier we want to look at the bottom 8. Now I want to look at the top, and I mean, MADBULLS are still in the lead. Major Pride are. I want to do quick maths here, but it's 44 points. Yeah.
44 points, yeah.
41 points. Realistically, Max, when we're looking at a 44-point gap and a 100-point gap from Gladiators, is this realistic with the performance that we've seen from both of these teams today?
Yes, it is realistic if MADBULLS have bad games that Major Pride. I mean, they just got himself a chicken dinner. You cannot write anything better for the race to PMGC. Again, my favorite rivalry ever in the European region, MADBULLS versus Major Pride. MADBULLS kick it off with an absolute dominating game, get themselves that 2nd place, and now you have a chicken dinner for Major Pride. 44 points, that's like 11-point average per game. Of course, you're going to need more because MADBULLS, they're not going to get 0 points, so I can't wait to see who's up there. Yeah, we'll see.
So we're going to have to wait and see. But a reminder as well, make sure that you fill out the survey. It will be again pinned in chat. You can give us your thoughts, your opinions, and we can work on the next season. And we would always love to have your input. We're going to be heading over to our casters because I also want to hear their input when it comes to this Major Pride MADBULLS rivalry and how that's playing out on the PMGC stage. It's a little bit difficult. It's a bit of a tongue twister. But let's head over to John and Blank and see what they think about the storyline.
The Major Pride MADBULLS rivalry is indeed raging on thick and fast through Sanhok, through Miramar, and we're going to move it over onto Erangel. It'd be really cool, Blank. My ideal situation is it comes down to the final circle on the final match today, and it's all important. They're that close, they're back and forth, and they're trying to vie for that spot. But I'm not going to have that opportunity to see that just yet. We're going to have to wait because we still got the rest of the matches today to play.
Look, all I want is to MUERTE just play a standard game. Just nothing too crazy, man. Do what we did on Miramar, go for a strong spot, hold it out. 4 players in that end game. You have the strength behind you to just finish out those matches. We don't need crazy plays in the early game. It's fine. I think Sanhok's a bit of a wild map anyway, so we can't really take too much from it. Oh, the dreaded vertical plane path. Everybody hates this one. But it should get most teams into their position. We have a very east-leaning lobby, so I think this is okay for most squads. MUERTE very happy to head towards Lipovka. Right now, KONINA Power doing their best Levi impression, trying to take down the Titans, slicing away at the nape there. I think that they maybe could do it. It would require them to be playing better than they ever have before, because I think Titan Gaming is starting to feel the heat underneath their feet, so they will have to start getting a groove on. But again, I think KONINA Power could certainly do it with the way Titans have been playing today.
Just not up to scratch, really, if we're honest with ourselves. They need to be better. VULGAR boys out over Novo on this playing path. I mean, you know, they like to drop Zaki, but here I think even they would reconsider that. And in fact, they have a NEXUS over towards MUERTE Power, not taking that visit down south either. VIRTUS.PRO over that MUERTE split. Gladiators most likely going to head over towards Ferry Pier, and I don't think Titans are going to join them. Instead, they're up to Stalba.
That's a risky dropout from Titans. I think they see the shoots, though. Head down towards MUERTE Power. They see the people leaving the plane there. They assume that NEXUS is going to drop in MUERTE Power. I think that's a wise decision from NEXUS as well, because with this plane path, I think it's more reasonable on a west to east playing path for them to take Kameshki Stalber split. But when there is like everyone wanting to head to this east side, everyone's got to take a position here, you just take what you know is open, which is MUERTE Power, which is where they usually drop. I do prefer them playing Kameshki, but again, I think this is the smart choice. Coming through from Nexus, you see our point scorings over on the left side screen there. KONINA Power 2 points behind Titans. That's the scary thing to be looking at. Gladiators obviously need to get a move on equally, and I'm sort of impressed that they've stayed in this spot for as long as they have.
You know what I find impressive? It's the memes on the social media and all the information too. You can head over there, Esports PUBGM EU, give that QR code a scan, and you'll be up to date with Max's approved posting. And we will keep you all up to date with everything that's going on as it happens, because this is right in the thick of the finals. We are almost halfway through this final day. Blank, the Gladiators are halfway through their final day and having a tough time of it. They are not safe to make it to champs, which is not what we thought we'd be saying about this roster.
No, but you know what I do think I would be saying? Is how impressed I am by the size of Max's meme mansion. It is just huge.
So big.
So big, man. I am really impressed by that. So if you want to check out Max's meme mansion, you should definitely head over towards those socials when you get the chance. Back of the game though, like I said, Gladiators halfway through their day, or at least about to be, once we conclude this match here on Erangel. Come on, Meku, stop looking at the map. I know the feeling though, so I don't really mind it too much. Yeah, they're heading over towards South George. Perhaps a little bit of crates action for themselves. Circle headed up towards the north side. So realistically, not a horrible circle considering the playing path as well. I think most teams will have to get a move on over towards that north side anyway. And a lot of rotates have been opened up because of that. It would have been cruel if this was a hard west circle, that's for sure.
Could have been pretty dangerous. Limbo swerves up to the window, hops straight into the apartment. We'll be pilfering through there, all the belongings strewn about on each of the floors. KONINA Power still over on C block. They would have been able to get out very, very early and should be pretty much fully looted by this stage. You've got to wonder when they're going to make their move, because they do have to go probably some of the furthest, the most distance in this lobby. VULGAR boys over in Novo, similar position. Their journey may be even harder, because that East Bridge looking pretty packed still with VIRTUS.PRO and Major Pride on the other side.
Yeah, I think most teams in South Africa probably won't worry too much though, purely because with this circle, doesn't really open up too much chance at gatekeeping on the bridges. Most teams will be looking to leave and get themselves into the circle as fast as possible. With this being fairly determined on the north side of the river, you don't want to be gatekept later on over on Rozhok Bridge or even over towards Box. So I think this is a smart decision for both VIRTUS.PRO and Major Pride, just to leave, allow VULGAR boys the blessing of crossing the bridge, which obviously at the best of times is never really easy, but this is one of the greatest of times, in which case both teams will be leaving.
MADBULLS making their move from Rozhok Alpha at the same time, so potential parallel rotations. Neither team looking to perpendicularize just yet, and they will try and send a little bit closer to the center of this circle and stay in control of those hills to the south of shooting range.
I look at the map right now, and I think for SHOCKWAVE, this realistically should be a good game, but I think the amount of times we've seen SHOCKWAVE do absolutely nothing from Severny is quite often. So it's sad to see, and I think what we tend to see from this circle itself is this position right here, where we're looking at Alpha, where they have this strong compound that overlooks over down towards that eastern side, the south side of the map. It's really, really nice to work with. It gives you a lot of information to gather as well. So I think that they'll be fairly okay with this spot. MADBULLS, I think we're looking for a similar rotation.
Severny Shockwave point. Sometimes difficult to leave, so we'll see if they want to move on out. SPG, position on the North. VULGAR boys trying to leave Novo and VIRTUS.PRO lighting them up. Is that a double? That's the double M249. Goodness me, what a lot of lead sent your way. Takimi somehow evades most of it, though. I think the buggy might be a little bit worse for wear. And both of these players drawn off the hold. It's going to allow VULGAR boys, to move in a little bit more, move more of their players out, and get across, give themselves more of a foothold. VIRTUS.PRO really keen on taking down Takimi.
I'm kind of confused by this. Again, like, if you're VIRTUS.PRO, holding this is a bad idea. It's not. This is not the play. This is not the move. If anything, you're causing yourself more problems. This is one of the teams that needs to head up towards that north side. So this is just cruelty enacted. I don't think this is a good play. And it's likely going to cause both teams to suffer.
Uh-oh, VULGAR rolls straight on up and into Beck. Will find the first, and it's answered with a double knock from Wait. Is there more that VULGAR boys can do? There is that off angle from Pylaus, and Ruda is there looking for that res first onto Beck, prioritizing it over the flush onto VULGAR. You said it's dangerous for both of these teams. I absolutely agree with you here. As Pylaus sends across, just going to try and regroup with Takimi and slow VIRTUS.PRO down a little bit more.
Yeah, it's just not worth. This is just not worth it. It should have been an easy exit from both teams. And again, you're in the blue. Beck needs to heal. You're just going to be chewing through resources. I don't know what they expected, basically.
Yeah, it is a decision that they made, the quality of which calls its own questions. On the road they go. VULGAR boys will march on with 2. VIRTUS.PRO have managed to get all 4 of their players up. So if they can survive and look healthy moving into this next set of circles, maybe it won't be the end of it for them. MADBULLS moving into the hills, Gladiators as well. This is over in the center of this next circle, Blank, as we've seen the proceedings down the southeast. A lot has been developing over in the middle. KASIK, MADBULLS, Gladiators, Alpha, all trying to circle around these hills.
Yeah, I think for SPG, they're actually not in a bad spot at all. I really enjoy this position. Gives you a huge amount of informational control in the early game at least. You can get rocked up on, but I think that's just the sort of a mark of a bad team. If you get rocked up on this position, you're not able to hold it out. Mandarin, with a lovely grenade, actually just goes slightly short on that. Somewhat unfortunate. Another nade over the top, and finally Zashipa will find English. That was kind of a short time coming before that would happen. Reflector's doing some crazy stuff in the back line. Not sure where he's going.
He's making it work, though. He's rotated all the way to the wall of shooting range. And look at that, an answering rotate from Unicorn. They're playing chess here, Blank. They are looking for the res over onto English as well. The nade could find Mandarin, and down the stairs it goes. Zashipa falls, but Mandarin just about escapes. Tenchik is knocked in the meantime. Unicorn controlling that sidelines, but he's going to move on up to try and secure this res and help out the rest of his team. Mandarin wants this res onto Zashipa because Reflect cannot get in there.
Yeah, it's what I'm talking about. I'm not sure where Reflect was going. And I don't think it was worth heading down towards that south side to kind of eliminating your own sightlines towards this team. I think you just try and peek off the back, and nade's been thrown, especially after you get that first initial knock. It's just a bit greedy. My personal humble opinion, of course. Titans also losing players to Dagestan again. This is a game where Titans absolutely had to step up a bit, and that's 2 players down, just Old Boy all on his lonesome. It feels like it goes, you know, in roundabouts. It's either 3 players of the team are dead and Old Boy's alive, or Old Boy's dead and the rest of the team's alive. Never all at the same time. It is a miracle if we see that.
It just doesn't happen. I mean, it is odd at this stage that it's so frequent, and the point scoring potential in these shorter sprint formats with these finals only being 18 matches long, you can't really play those averages because, I mean, when you look at what they were able to do in the league stage, sure, they were able to place 3rd, 543 points on the 75 matches they played, but then when you shrink that down to 18, you remove so many opportunities for them to get those big point scoring games, and they just haven't found them here. Oh, wow. Uh-oh.
That is pretty disgusting. Scuba suits required going into these future games. That is 100% certain.
how do you manipulate this? I mean, SBG in one of the best spots, right? I mean, you said you liked it earlier. How do you like it now?
I mean, it's decent, right? I think, though, with this circle, you can see exactly why most teams are just dead sending it off towards the coast. Playing that coastal side gives you a lot of cover to work with. You can play off the back of it. You're kind of, at that point, just holding 180 angles. And it's a smart position to take, especially for MADBULLS here, just because you can almost completely deny that 180 split behind you towards the water and fully focused on your west and your east. And I like that from MADBULLS. It definitely does require the circle to be this far out in the water. This is not what I would say be the optimal move if this was further down towards the south. But here it gives them so much time to work with and just live out the game before they need to start showing their faces when we get down to maybe our top 7, top 6. So an interesting play here. SBG, on the other hand, there are a lot of people rotating past him. It's going to be scary. This is more of an informational position on the map, especially in the early game. It's great for it. Not sure how well it's going to do for them in the late game, but we'll see. We'll see.
VULGAR boys, buggy buddies, getting peppered on the hillside, and they will be stopped dead by NEXUS on their approach, which is unfortunate. With that engagement from VIRTUS.PRO earlier, it's not going to go well. And Dagestan, similarly on the east to SHOCKWAVE, getting pushed from Severny and not having a good time.
Yeah, that's SHOCKWAVE moving through there. Pretty easy rotate outside of Severny. Can move over towards the ridge side on the west. It's a great spot to play. So for SHOCKWAVE, the main thing they have to worry about is getting backfilled over on the eastern side, which they're very much aware of, it seems. Looking over towards NEXUS at the moment, so good stuff. But yeah, this is the position I was talking about, the ridge side of towards the west. It's a really strong spot to play around. And again, it's even more strengthened by the fact that it's right on the edge of the circle. So it's not likely in the next like 30, 40 seconds, anyone's going to be getting behind them, which is why KASIK is trying to take control of this, because it is going to be so influential.
VP sending Elementrix up north as well, close to Alpha on that shooting range area. And Elementrix is turned away almost immediately. Ingush sends him scurrying back. And in fact, does more than that, gets that knock. They might even find a shot. That's Alpha over onto Reflect. VIRTUS.PRO caught in a little bit of a pinch. Remember, this is the team that really wants to hold on to the power that they have close to that bubble. So losing players here, losing momentum, pretty disastrous for them. The circle shifts out and away, and it keeps a lot of water in here. MADBULLS might have had the best shift. SBG continue to stay in as well.
Yep, on that south side. Again, this is exactly why MADBULLS would want to play that position, is because it's likely going to stay within the circle for a long, long time here. Rough, though, for a lot of other teams who are going to continue to be crunched back in. SHOCKWAVE is doing their absolute darndest right now to stay alive over towards the eastern side, just battling out teams on the edge. KONINA Power takes down the remainder of Alpha. Remember, this is the team that is chasing Titans. When Titans going out so early, it's a great time to start profiting points above them. I said they had to play harder than they ever have before, and currently they're living up to that task, which is wonderful to see.
Gladiators as well, staying alive against No Mercy Warriors. A good first break for them, able to find 2 points for it. Titan, I mean, you said Titan going out. They aren't fully out just yet. An old boy is on the coastline, which means he has the potential to survive fairly deep into this one and get a decent chunk of points. So KONINA Power need to do more than just live. NEXUS in a scrap with SHOCKWAVE. We'll be able to find the knock and the flush. Exo back on his feet. Aza spraying the ground around them. But I think he's been spotted. NEXUS, Dagestan, both going to be looking out this way. Neither of these two teams on the east flank are in this next zone, and the blue zone will find SHOCKWAVE first.
SHOCKWAVE have to move away now. Just 2 players remaining. I think that they fought in a bit of a better position. But again, with this kind of circle, you're going to get so many teams trying to rotate past Severny, just because it gives you a nice bit of an angle that's protected by buildings, right? So you're always going to end up having like 3 or 4 teams heading over towards this ridgeline. And I think SHOCKWAVE bit off a little bit more than they could chew. I think what they ideally should have gone for is just a case of all 4 players play the ridge, basically buckle up in for the ride, and then move off the back of that, as opposed to trying to fight as many teams as they tried to there. I think for Old Boy, it really depends just how far he goes, right? You know, he goes out in the next couple of teams going down, you know, I think he gets 1 or 2 points. And right now they've only got 1 elimination. And with where KONINA Power is currently sat, they get past this next little bit, already on 3 eliminations. There's a chance for them to get much further ahead when Titans is currently just in survival mode, right?
Certainly are. There's not really much they can do. I wouldn't be too surprised if Old Boy was actually in the water, or certainly right at the bottom of the cliff, just trying to stay safe. KONINA Power. They did manage to find Meku and get that flush, but Agori is spotted. Sprayed down. Becca has a chance over to Tixi and will take that shot, but the spray doesn't quite connect fully. Matic has been knocked in the meantime. Palucci up on the high ground could be looking for the flush here. A nade over the top to stay safe on the peak, and Kitsune can't quite find the angle. Repositions the buggy to get closer to Matic. Doesn't take damage from the nade. And they are just constantly worming their way forwards. The Gladiators try to survive not only this match, but on the bubble too.
Becca, 6 nades here. Could be huge. We'll just go for the immediate rundown, but they're ready for it. Blue should provide back a little bit of information. Good damage over towards Kitsune. This is very much back and forth. 2 players now. Either side. With 1 player knocked here for KONINA Power.
Nades over the top for Becca. Towards Tixi, towards Kitsune. That's looking like it might split the difference right in the middle of them. Oh, it pushes the car the other side of Tixi, but he manages to roll past the tires. That one's good, though. Becca gets the shot he was looking for. Tixi fallen. Kitsune now just in the buggy, wants to disengage fully, get to this next zone, try and survive. The salvage mission once again for Gladiators.
Yeah, just can't hang on this for much longer. Kitsune's going to just have to find a place to live, hold on to. That's probably not the place to go to, considering No Mercy Warriors have got 4 players all on a rock. I mean, this is a pretty typical position, though. It's a nice rock. It's a nice boulder. I'll give him that. You can kind of set up 2 vehicles on either side to create some kind of a compound. But you can see there's just so many limited positions to play in this area. You've got Major Pride all in a shack. You've got No Mercy Warriors currently playing as 2 on the rocks. It's difficult.
Major Pride, the Gitoon Geezers right now, trying to survive and remember that rivalry with MADBULLS. As the roll-up comes through, MUERTE a little bit more success than Gladiators were able to find with just the solo, but Malloy spotted, sprayed. Looks like Major Pride are answering in. Corker was taken low and maybe going down as well. A lot of shots ringing out now from the coast side as Major Pride getting lit up by MADBULLS themselves. A really unfortunate position. Old Boy swimming underneath them has been spotted.
Old Boys trying to do his best here. For MADBULLS, this is kind of the position that I was talking about earlier, which I thought was just so phenomenal. It is really good. You know, being able to peek over the top there, and earlier on just being able to clear both edges really gives them so much potential for points in this game, or at least a high scoring. You have to deal with TUNA, though, who are rocking up on their western edge, so information gathering hasn't been as successful as I would have liked.
KONINA Power on the chase. Taking a look at the numbers they were able to put up. They're 2 points ahead of Gladiators on this match, with potential placement points still to come through as well. This south side could be the match that puts them over the top of Titans or over the top of Gladiators, both of whom close enough to be within striking distance. 6 points behind they started. And it's a split decision from us. SBG and MADBULLS, the 2 positions we like.
SPG probably was the smart pick there, but I want to see MADBULLS go further. I want to see MADBULLS get themselves the trophy that they absolutely deserve during these games. They've just hit so many good strides throughout the entire tournament, from phase 1 to phase 2 to phase 3. Finals, it should have been a done deal, but not quite there yet. MUERTE taking shots from their rock, their boulder, down towards KONINA Power.
They'll receive shots from SBG down to the southeast side of things. And there's, hang on a minute, Old Boy. He just got nade over to Zerich. He's looking for more as well. Trying to pick up those points where he can. All important for Titan, with KONINA Power still in the mix. Really need to keep this one going. MADBULLS may be being pinched here by TUNA and Old Boy. And Pan, okay, yeah, go for it. I like it, Zero. I like the style. Doesn't quite connect. Unfortunate. Zerich still not back up just yet.
I love this from MADBULLS, just like going through smokes upon smokes upon smokes. They must have had so many in the back pocket because they realize that their position is becoming wildly dangerous. This is a nice spot on the map where you can start moving out from it later on. It's gorgeous, getting some highlights in here as well from Doran. It's a gorgeous position to play later on. It's not so great when the circle keeps going to you though, because it's constantly forcing more and more teams over towards this coastal edge. They would rather be able to be that squad that's just peeking over the edge, but many teams have confirmed their position over here, and they're going to have to be a little bit more stalwart. With practically no more nades left in the back pocket, it's only going to get harder from here on out for the MADBULLS. They consistently are taking knocks now.
This is great news as well for Gladiators and Titans. With KONINA power going down to just the one player on the outside of the circle, there is a chance that they can hold on to that bubble. Major Pride getting lit up, and MADBULLS have their chance to keep that top spot, to take it back over on the or to confirm it rather over on the PMGC totals.
I mean, for KONINA Power, if he can pick himself up a couple more limbs, it'd be great. I mean, 5 limbs so far is 6 now after he's able to steal one away. That's kind of enough. Like, every single game, if Gladiators keep playing the way they do, which is just going out early. Old Boy is still here. He said 9th place. Still not a lot of placements, but might be able to pick himself up a couple of eliminations.
Ooh, Furia getting tagged up off Hayes, looking to collect here from the southwest side for KONINA Power, keeping things going, but Corker has spotted him. Really heavy suppression. SPG make their break forwards. They crash out. They lose Narvalo, and the players at the back as well, not very well positioned to take this fight. Victor hops out, wants to spray back towards Doran. Narvalo, not safe, but is behind the buggy. I don't think Doran can go for this peek as Victor takes more damage from an off angle. Doran peeks out and gets the flush on Narvalo.
It's the clutch maestro himself, Doran, versus the entirety of SVG. And my boy's got 6 grenades. That's when you know things are bad. TUNA heading up towards MUERTE. Corker still going strong here. This guy was absolutely phenomenal earlier today, hitting some just unbelievable shots. And look like this, he's playing him like a fiddle round the rock, and Obito doesn't know what hit him.
Gets that reload, and Obito just about sneaks it back in. That magazine somehow finding its way into the receiver. And back into the fight with more ammo he goes, finally taking down MUERTE. TUNA have been doing a lot of work on this west side. I really like their push across.
Yeah, MADBULLS are able to find one of them. Look at this, Zerich, 25 bullets. Nothing left in the tank. Eventually, they're going to have to find a full fight. I think they took one player of TUNA down. KONINA Power still have off Hayes in the game, up to 7 eliminations now. Oh, dear me.
They still have Old Boy, and he's still in the circle. Blank, he's surviving. He's keeping them in. He's keeping them going.
I mean, the elimination points just kind of sway it either way, so... basically, Old Boy would have to get like a 3rd place to salvage this game for them.
Both of them are doing better than Gladiators. Titan were 4 points behind Gladiators at the start of this match. Gladiators have had 3 points this match. A couple more placements, and it might be both Titan and KONINA Power pushing out the tournament favorites.
For Gladiators, I think that they can still bring it back at the end of the day, but yeah, it's looking dicey now. It's not looking good at all.
SPG moving through, trying to get control of this slope now. It was treacherous for a long, long time, but with NEXUS down, with MUERTE out, TUNA playing a little bit closer to the coastline, it might be safer for them. But then again, maybe it really won't be, because Off Hayes is still going. Finally spotted. Finally taken down. Victor can get rezzed here. Not too many burgeoning threats, but close by it's TUNA. MADBULLS break out. And Titan are up to top 5.
Which is wild that Dagestan have just allowed him to sit down there, essentially. MADBULLS send Fleeky back over towards coastal edge. Provides them a bit of space to work with. Everyone's hurting for resources right now, and I think the only reason you see MADBULLS actually push out this far, I think, is to collect the death crate for one of the TUNA players from earlier. And hopefully get a little bit more information. So it's just on bandages. Yeah, this is pretty much just a resources game. It's a battle of attrition. Maybe not for SPG, though. Maybe not for SPG.
They have that shot on the south side. Dagestan. Close to nade range for Old Boy. who has outlasted all the other bubble teams. In style as well. MADBULLS know there's a player here, and actually they're sending off to the bottom of the cliff as well. I wonder if Old Boy's aware that there is trouble brewing. SBG mounting up, and that shift is just over to MADBULLS again.
This is really, really important for them and taking the trophy in this tournament. But again, they're working with just absolutely nothing on board, just some broken, bent nails and scrap bits of wood, trying to piece together themselves something that'll take them towards this chicken dinner. SBG realize it's time to move up. And look at this. This is what I was talking about. As SBG, they've just been able to collect a lot of death crates on this side of the map. Should have a full smoke train over this way. It's going to require some serious planning here from the MADBULLS. 40 bullets. That's it.
Uh-oh. Victor in danger here from Noshi, and he will strike at the perfect time. Doesn't manage to save his teammate, but SBG lose a player on the flank. They have to move out east with 2. I don't think they're going to be able to get Victor back up, but Noshi is spotted by Shifu. That might actually allow them to go for this res if he can crawl forwards. The smokes are still there. They have got a little bit of a limited time frame on them. But SBG crawl out into the open ground, the dead land that sits between them and getting towards this head cave.
There'll be some real valuable bullets from both Dagestan and MADBULLS. There's a pauper's finish.
Oh my goodness me. Old Boy is still going. 4th place guaranteed. Looking like he might even get all the way up to 3rd as SBG go out on the south side.
Yeah, it's an important game for Titans. It's a real important game for Titans. I think Old Boy is just as surprised as everyone else is at the moment. That even Dagestan haven't thought to check him. They might just toss a nade down though. Has to move, so it will make a sound. Yeah.
But MADBULLS, the lineup that these guys have had and the shifts that they've been given here, Blank, I mean, you can't lose this if you're the MADBULLS. Shifu, the last to stand. I think he spotted a backpack. They know the tree he's on. Zerich lines up the shots, and Shifu not long for this one. Might just try and burn himself out, but denied that opportunity. The MADBULLS take a 2nd chicken dinner today. It is back and forth between the MADBULLS and MUERTE and Major Pride, all looking to do bits here. And what a way to close it down. I mean, those shifts just kept going out that way.
Yeah, I mean, so we had MUERTE win, Major Pride win, and a MADBULLS win here at Erangel. An unbelievably difficult win for MADBULLS, let's put it that way. Zerich had 6 bullets at the end. That's it. I cannot believe that MADBULLS were able to win that. It's not easy. A lot of things had to come together to make that win happen. But like I said, it's just, they're just veterans of the game. Their resource management is somewhat on next level. The fact they still had a grenade there at the end because they knew eventually they'd have to clear a tree. And they couldn't afford to use any more nades on TUNA. They had to save that one nade for this opportune moment. It's lovely to see.
Absolutely. But Blank, the second big story here, apart from the top of the tables, is that bubble place. Both KONINA Power and Titan were able to put up a decent chunk of points, and the Gladiators could have been, on this match, shunned out of that champion spot.
That's...
All right, what a game for MADBULLS, but also a really interesting circle to close this one out. I'm under the water. Please help me. That's all I can. Too much rating. That's all I can think about because, I mean, they had such a great position and they managed to hold on to it for the long run. But this game, Max, there's just so much to unpack.
Yeah, there was so much happening. Again, the storyline that was unfolding at the top. Was it going to be MADBULLS? Was it going to be Major Pride for PMGC? I think this one kind of almost seals the deal. Not quite just yet, but it is pretty much almost done and dusted. But we'll see if we can have an unexpected comeback from Major Pride. Though Dagestan, really impressed with the way they've been able to sweep the northeastern edge of that cliff. And especially one thing that was so important for Dagestan is that their cliff they were playing was a little bit lower than MADBULLS, which allowed them to shoot under the cars onto SBG and clear a very important angle. Sure, they don't get the win, but if they were going to win it, that was the game-making play because they play trees and everything, but as Blank stated, at the end, they still had nades, so it makes it hard to play.
It makes it hard to play, but also you're looking at Major Pride. They're not getting any points this game. You're looking at Titan. They had about 1 or 2 limbs on top of the fact that they had Old Boy survive up until the top 4, so they do get a couple of placement points, but is it enough? You're looking at KONINA Power, 7 eliminations, holding on for a really long time as well. There's just so many moving variables at the same time that you need to keep track of, and it's like, it's getting a little bit out of hand, but I know with the overall that we're going to have at some point in this desk segment, we're going to be able to break it down a little bit further, but the amount of moving elements that are happening, the amount of teams that are getting points, not getting points, really does put us in a very interesting position. We're going to be looking specifically as SBG. That's one of the teams, as well as Dagestan, that we said, okay, Dagestan, I feel like they've kind of solidified themselves in that top 8 spot already. They are pretty, I would say, comfortable-ish, as comfortable as you can be at the moment. But then you're looking at SBG with 7 eliminations and the amount of damage that they've done. That's one of the teams that we said earlier today as well, Max. If they have a really good performance today, top 8 is not out of the question at all.
Yeah, they were in 11th position at the start of the day, and we'll see on the rankings if they've changed from that 11th position, but a lot of damage from SBG, low conversion rate, though I can't really criticize SBG too much, Ginny, on this game, because they had a really good position super early on in the circle. I think is really good to defend. Novalu was scouting, defending the southern side to make sure they're not getting backstabbed. I think that was a really good approach. But having to cross the road, make it through open land with multiple angles covered, solos, they'll just be in a pain like Doran or even Offes from KONINA Power. I didn't expect them to win because of the northern circle shift, but they made the most out of it. So with that in mind, I think it's actually a decent game they were able to execute. And Limbo is there too. Pretty good. Yeah,
that's it. I mean, Dagestan as well was the team that's just holding on for their life. They had 2 of their remainder players towards the end, and they were definitely giving MADBULLS as well as, you know, Titan a little bit of a run for their money, making it a bit more difficult than it maybe would have been. But at the end of the day, the way that this game played out, I wouldn't have wanted any other way, because just of the fact of how many different teams and storylines and expectations have been impacted.
I do want it another way. Less water in circle, please. Yeah,
okay. No, I agree. Yes.
Found the kink in the armor of your point you were trying to make. But yeah, it's... but otherwise, MADBULLS played it really well. They're like, oh, okay, crappy circle. We're going to play a crappy game. We're going to just go north, and we're just going to play the coastal line. And it's so good because they're just playing a little bit downhill, so they're safe on all the teams trying to fight a spot into the circle. So yeah, I mean, it's just they know how to play bad circles. That's why MADBULLS are currently one of the best teams, aka the best team, is because good circles, they know how to play it. Bad circles, they also know how to play it pretty damn well. Though MUERTE making it to these 2 rocks was so good because they pretty much exerted a ton of pressure on all these teams trying to cross from the south to the northern side of the road, and off the back of that got a few eliminations here and there.
Yeah, and that's something to keep track of as well in terms of how that's going to affect their overall performance, but also something for their morale, because you're looking at Major Pride and they've had a chicken dinner already on the board, and then you come into this game and you have 0 points. It brings a question in terms of their consistency factor that we're looking for, because we did mention it before as well, like, oh yeah, Major Pride can definitely do it, but we got to hold our horses because we don't know if they are going to be able to replicate in the 3rd game what they've done in the 2nd game, and unfortunately, they were not able to do so. And that is going to impact where they're standing. It's going to impact how many points they have. We're going to have a look at the overall and see the MUERTE still on top somehow.
No. Wait, KONINA Power overtook Titan and Gladiator. Wait, what? In one? Okay.
Yeah. I mean, they're tied, but it's 143 each. So, but they do have a little bit more elimination points. So, Gladiators at this point, if I was them, I would be shaking because I would love to see who's on 9th. I would assume it's Titan, and what's the difference?
And it's insane too, because look, Gladiators had 74 bonus points compared to 43 of KONINA Power. What? Oh my god, they had 31 extra bonus points, and that was overtaken already by KONINA Power. And that means that normally, if we go on the second page after, Titan's there, which we know can also bring it back. So they could be the end of Gladiators. VIRTUS.PRO too, like it's a small gap. SBG caught up, so they're also getting in that race. The bottom teams on 12th and 16th, unless a big comeback happens, which I don't expect. SBG, VIRTUS.PRO, Titan, Gladiators, KONINA Power. Those are this many teams are competing for pretty much 2 to 3 spots in the championship, which could result in a spot in PMGC 2023, a $3 million tournament, by the way, just to again explain how much is off the back of these last 3 matches. All the storylines are now combining in these weird 3 matches that are going to be happening. The amount of pressure those teams must be feeling right now, it's insane. Like, I can't wait to see how it's going to go, but I would not want to be these players right now. That must be stressful.
I mean, I am stressed right now for these teams because I want to know how that's going to be played out. So thank you, Monster, for keeping us energized, for keeping us locked in and ready to go. We're going to be heading over to our casters to jump us in the action of Miramar because honestly, we have 3 more maps. Literally anything can happen. So John and Blank, let's go. Do it. Let's go.
Do the thing.
Do the thing.
The fact that here and now, Blank, Gladiators could draw their year to a close in these last 3 games is kind of insane that it is so down to the wire for them.
Yeah, I think it's time to pull out the last-minute Andy play. It's time to go very, very hard on the points here for Titans and Gladiators. Look, it's looking a tiny bit scary. I think I don't really want either of these teams to drop out of the top 8. I think both of them deserve to be in the top 8. But again, KONINA Power overtaking both of them into 7th place, fair enough.
I mean, if KONINA Power do manage to get all those points, then they end up being the deserving claimant to that bubble spot, or maybe a little bit closer. We'll have to wait and see, though, because it is so close. It's 1 point between all 3 of them, which is absolutely nuts. This deep into this tournament after 15 matches played. It is really, really crazy. And you can't count out teams like VIRTUS.PRO and SBG as well. They are sure a little bit further behind, but they absolutely can stand up given the opportunity. SBG, I think, played that last match as well as they could have done, given the circle shifts constantly going away from them, given the ground that they had to cover. It felt like
What do you mean constantly going away from them? They had the circle for about 7 zones.
Okay, yeah, okay, but after, except for those 7 zones.
Such a hard game for SBG.
I meant more towards
away from one time.
If you want to criticize SBG getting the circle, let's criticize MADBULLS for getting that circle, because honestly, it just kept going coastal, and there is no way that SBG could reasonably take home that dinner.
I mean, they made a good play, right? It's basically 70% water. They head coastal. It's likely they're going to stay in the circle for the entirety of the game. No?
I would say the same for SBG's position on the land. They made that play early. They moved to a good position.
I'm not saying MADBULLS had a hard game, though. I'm not saying they had a hard game.
I'm saying, I didn't say they had a hard game. I said they had a tough time of it at the end in those last circles.
You said the circle constantly shifted away from them.
Yeah, constantly in the... Okay.
Come on.
Constantly was wrong.
Own it.
I'll give
Own
you that.
it. Own it.
Constantly... Hey.
Own it.
I'm doing it. Oh, my God. Constantly. Maybe the wrong word. But in those last 3-4 circles, they did have a really hard set of shifts to deal with.
Yeah, one hard shift. It was quite difficult, I won't lie, for SBG. Moving away from there. They had all the utility, though. That's the main thing. They had so much util. They were playing against players that had like 70 bullets. Less than that, I think Zerich had 40. So a very, very tough game. Mainly for the lads towards the coast who just had nothing left. And I think SBG just kind of slip up a little bit with their smoke train. They don't watch their angles. Could have been a win for them. Absolutely could have been a win. But oh boy, what a dude. What a dude, indeed. Been able to hold down on the coastal for so long. Even causing massive problems for MADBULLS as well. The amount of nades he sent up there. Yeah, really, really, really decent. Which keeps them in the conversation, right? That could have been an absolutely disastrous game for Titans. But they're still here, all of them, right on the edge of things. Meantime, VIRTUS.PRO will take a knock as we do have Titans in the mix. Come on, guys. Just leave. Leave.
Trying to get away from it. I mean, weight is down. They might get a little bit greedy here. Two of their players close by. Robson. I think it's Havlik on the back, just not quite close. Yeah, look, there's the disengage coming through from that forward position. VIRTUS.PRO, I mean, they've only got the one player to deal with. Wait, not back to his feet just yet. Finally gets rezzed. Icy's sticking around, though.
Yeah, maybe looking for a single pick-off. I mean, if they can get one player gone here from El Pozo, just make their next rotations a little bit easier. So maybe what Icy's looking for is just that singular knock. Wait might be the prey.
He has already been knocked once. But Icy doesn't want to make himself known. I think, to be honest, I think this is wise, right? Okay, I take that back. He's given the game away, but I think this is going to trigger either Titan coming in or him running away. And I think Titan do want to go for this scrap early.
They're taking off angles on it. Winnie's in action. Doesn't find anything. Wait almost goes down to... Robs does have the side swipe. Interesting.
There's the response. It's what he was waiting for, is that team shot. To force them to maybe move back out into Rob's sightlines, but... doesn't quite find the value here. And Titan are using a lot of time now. This could be MUERTE moving in from that southeast side for a third party. I think you've also got TUNA out on that west edge, potentially close enough to try and scope out this engagement.
A little replay of the initial knock here as they just rock up. That could have been way more knocks. Again, still good shots from Icy with the Scar to get that done. Now he needs to start leaving. They're going heavy on it. I mean, I don't really know what to say about this. This just feels like Titans just keep dancing with the devil recently. I'm not sure if it's worth it or they just think the devil is a great dancing partner. Whatever it is, it's not giving them the best amount of points and it's not giving them the best chance into these matches too. We do get our circle. It's very heavy northeast. I can't even see a quarter of the circle. That's how heavy northeast it is.
It is cutting deep into the northeast side, you're right. It cuts deep towards Scars for KASIK as they're able to open
Give me your stuff.
Just looting them up, all three of them. Vultures, the lot of them. Moving on in for KASIK.
VULGAR on an island of their own right now in El Azahar, the only team really, I would say in the center of the circle, which is kind of confusing. It's not a lot of times that you're a team that drops in El Azahar, Cruz de Valle, Tierra Bronca that you can say, I am the central team. But this time around, you know, things do swing in roundabouts and it always gets a little bit freaky-deaky over on the final day of finals.
It is definitely all to play for a lot of these teams. Obviously, the three crucial teams on the bubble, KONINA, Power, Titan, and Gladiators, all trying to fight to continue their PUBG Mobile esports year into the next. At this point, I think with that last chicken dinner, MADBULLS will have confirmed the PMGC point lead. Major Pride not going to be able to close that gap in the 3 matches they have remaining. Barring miraculous turnarounds and wiping half the lobby on the chicken dinner, it's just not going to happen. So the MADBULLS will be making their way to PMGC at the end of today. They'll have booked that ticket and probably going over to Champs as well.
Yeah, so right now it's a lot of, it's glory. I want to say it's mainly glory, but it is also money. So there's money on the line here for that first place position. There's also pride because of how well they did in league stage. They want to have a full confirm. I think it's been a while now since we've actually seen a team do so consistently well in all 3 phases and then also take the finals. I think a lot of times we will see someone just come in those final moments, be able to find themselves that trophy right at the end of it, despite not having the greatest of league phases.
I mean, maybe like MUERTE, right? In that 58 bonus point start, they have put themselves in first place at the start of this match. Potentially there, a challenger to the MADBULLS supremacy in this PMPL. They have had their ups and downs, have the MADBULLS, and it feels like this finals is a similar story, but today they fought strong and they fought hard. Dagestan losing Zadira to Kapahala. They're not going to look for the res.
No, not really worth it there. They just need to get back in the vehicles, get moving, head over to the circle proper. MADBULLS rotating on that south side. They found themselves a pretty decent rotation, actually, towards Junkyard, and they'll head continually through. You know, Gladiators on the south side. I think these are the important teams. It's Gladiators, KONINA Power, Titans that we're looking at here, because you come into that final game, if no one's really secured themselves a huge amount of points or a vast lead in these final match, in this final match before our last one, our penultimate match, would be a better way to put it, but then it gets really hairy, it's really dicey, and I think the Gladiators aren't a team that plays the greatest under a huge amount of pressure.
They have crumbled before. I mean, you highlighted their last year's performance at PMGC. They were so far ahead in the league stage, and then in the final day, when the pressure was to stay in that top 3 spot to qualify, they just fell down and down and down into 4th place at the end. And then in the last chance, they weren't even able to make it there, where by all rights, they probably should have done. They have a track record of this sort of fall. But they are on this south side now. They have got all 4 of their players alive for the time being. Let's hope that they can keep that the same way.
It is frustrating as well, because I think we've seen just a very different team from Gladiators a lot of times in the past, where we'll see a week or a phase where they look like they're absolutely on top of the world. And then it's just back to basics again, losing players on rotates, losing players in silly engagements, losing players when you're taking a team down to just one single player remaining and that player knocks and flushes one of your guys. Like, those things really shouldn't be happening. Right now they're moving up over towards Alpha, who I think, from what I can see on the minimap, have a little bit of an idea of what's going on there. SPG similarly had to move in from San Martin, made themselves a quick rotate towards this position, which is nice to see.
Nice and timely. MUERTE. Shots spotted over towards SPG on the south side of them, on their flank. And holding down a lot of these hills, so trying to take control there. I mean, we saw MUERTE able to control a lot of open ground on their previous chicken dinner today in the first match that we played on Miramar. They controlled nicely on that open terrain. We'll see if they're able to do so again here.
Alpha moving their way in. Take some shots over towards the MADBULLS, who are real close. Nice park as well. They've got a side swipe here, a bit of a pincer over towards Alpha. Tenshik moves up. I don't think they realise that the players behind. I think MADBULLS just take shots a little bit too early there.
Dear, Titan taking a knock to themselves over on the west side. With the blue zone tickling them, they are going to have to push through. I think they'll stop off for that res. MADBULLS with Alpha still underneath them. It's really tricky stuff for Alpha. I think getting out of here might be close to impossible, but unless you can find some early knocks towards MADBULLS, or if they try and disengage themselves. Zashipa looking to take out some tyres on the vehicle for Fleeke. He's going to reposition. Circle pops a little bit further northwest and actually gives MUERTE quite a decent chunk here, Blank.
Yes, strong position for MUERTE in Cruz de Valle. SPG are in a pretty decent compound themselves as well, actually. So they can certainly play off the back of that. Major Pride underneath them. Not ideal for Major Pride, honestly. The terrain they're currently playing is dribs and drabs of position. Gladiators almost feel like they're targeting over towards KONINA Power.
It's potential to just guard them out. Oh boy, spotted. You see the replay for Terminus. An easy pickup there. Titans are used to it. A play on with 3. MADBULLS spot Dagestan. Dagestan, I feel, in these later stages of these finals, haven't had the same impact as we've seen from them in that Phase 3 at the start of these finals as well. It's very likely that we're going to see them moving over to the champs at the moment in 5th place with what they've been able to achieve. Unlikely that they get stripped of their position there in the top 8. I'm looking forward to seeing what they could bring in champs, but it just hasn't been quite as powerful as we've seen from them before.
Yeah, it's really difficult. You know, as a rising team within the scene, I think it is difficult to be consistent all the time. That is...
Oh, dear.
Pick off on a half over towards Meku. The rest of the team's nowhere near him. So they'll just finish him off. We've got 3 players towards the central arena. Not sure what Meku's doing today. Feels a little bit daydreamy, let's say.
It's just not quite all there for them. MUERTE challenging Matic. Malloy gets the best of the trade, and Matic is going to be forced to heal here. But Gladiators have managed, with 3 players, to get themselves into a decent central spot. That ridge to their southeast for Kitsune and Matic is a little bit dangerous, but it's going to be very difficult for teams to push up that way for the time being. So they should be fairly safe on that little plateau.
Yeah, you're sort of protected by the fact that making the crossing over towards this position is not well advised, let's put it that way. Specifically teams all having sightlines towards that area. You don't want to get caught up in that position. KONINA power, luckily for both Titans and Gladiators, down towards the southern edge. Major Pride currently in front of them, as are No Mercy Warriors. SHOCKWAVE are trying to get in behind, but I think it's very unlikely that SHOCKWAVE make it into the circle at this point in time. If you just look where they are, it's going to be an absolute death trap.
It's going to be a real tough time. The next circle will throw its hoop around the Gladiators and MUERTE hillsides. They've been controlling for quite a while now. That area a little bit further south is such dead ground. It's open, very vulnerable to the position that SBG holds. MUERTE even beyond that. So teams on that south side are going to have a real tricky time of it. The east edge, I think, has the most tension right now, with about 5 teams looking to posture.
Yeah, I mean, the hurdle on the eastern side is going to be one that's not simple to leap over, because you're moving through dead ground at that point. So that's for VULGAR boys, TUNA, NEXUS, Alpha. MADBULLS technically just have to clear this area before they start moving. That's the best bet. They've only got limited time to do it as well.
Ooh, Major Pride having to fall back against the No Mercy Warriors, who have, to their credit, been fighting a lot more today and actually having an impact in more of the fights than they have done previously. Nomi does go down, but that's actually KONINA Power looking to third party here. Maybe a couple more points on the cards for KONINA Power. They've already managed to get 3. They are all still 4 alive. No Mercy Warriors go down, and they might be able to third party onto Major Pride and sweep out a lot of this southwest edge.
If KONINA Power, they're actually in a fairly good spot to just cause a lot of pandemonium in this area. No Mercy Warriors very adamant on holding out Major Pride. Yeah, KONINA Power just have some easy shots towards this location. Luckily, the fight between them and No Mercy Warriors has come to a conclusion, and Major Pride can start to focus over towards KONINA Power, who are on the outside edge, technically.
They are. And the terrain that sits in front of them, very open. They'll need the right time, the right utility to make it work. And there goes Becca. Another shot over to Black-White on Major Pride. NEXUS taking shots over to Alpha in the meantime, but NEXUS have their own fight to make work. Zarich turns his attention out towards Doran, who's careening forwards in the 4x4, but just about makes it to cover. Unfortunately, it's not going to be enough cover for him as Fleeke is able to stop Doran in the track. Redox behind the party bus into the blue now. Kapahala trying to move in, but the bike will not give him any cover, and he can't get up to speed fast enough. NEXUS out.
Yeah, I think for NEXUS, the glory days are somewhat over at this point, and they had a great time of it over on the first couple of days, but since then have fallen off. I think they've pretty much secured their position over towards champs, though. With one more game to go after this one. MADBULLS losing players, never ideal. In the meantime, KONINA Power is still putting the works on over towards Major Pride. This is a scary spot, though, currently that Naomi's holding. Could be devastating to KONINA Power.
They really want to hold on to this one. They've managed to get their foot in the door into that bubble. But with Titan in a more central area, with a lot of cover on their position as well, they just need to outlast, outlive. Because the elimination points right now are going the way of Titan. There's 3 for KONINA Power, 4 for Titan. They'll need to pick up a couple more to keep up the pace.
Furia. Send away. I mean, they do have this high ground bridge to play with, which is just beautiful. I think the difficulty with the circle that moves up towards that northern side, at least for KONINA Power, is that they have to move through pretty difficult ground. And with Major Prize still holding onto these compounds, technically have a lot more cover than them to peek off the back of it. Yes, they also have to move, but they can almost wait out the guys from KONINA Power a little bit here.
Try and bide their time into it. Play back on this hill. Nade from VULGAR Boys finds Kitsune as Pylaus actually moves up. This is what I was saying earlier, this position, it's good whilst people on the east can't push you, but as soon as those nades can find you, it's just not going to go well for you. You're going to have a really, really tough time.
You are going to have a bit of a difficulty. VULGAR Boys fly in towards Gladiators. They're down to 1 player. Oh dear. KASIK also moving their way through. And Palucci taking down Naomi. Goodness me. He was very close to the guys from Major Pride.
Close indeed. There's another shot. There's another point being added to the KONINA Power tally. Elementrix, the last second adjustment. Clips Corker, and that's MUERTE down to 3. They've actually just lost Furia as well to a knock. So MUERTE playing on us too, in a position where they should have had a lot of control on this northern side. They have let it slip somewhat. Those double predictions for Gladiators not looking super hot right now. They came through before the VULGAR Boys push.
That's right. You predicted after the VULGAR Boys push. Unacceptable!
I was talking.
Right now, KONINA Power still actually just blasting versus Major Pride. They're down to 1 player. They go out. 7 limbs, though. Really good stuff. Really, really good stuff. Fantastic news for them. I mean, for Gladiators as well as Titans, they just have live a little bit longer, but Titans having their 4 eliminations, that's really good stuff. Tixi will have to do some lone soldier, some lone ranger fighting here.
He really, really does at this point. They were on that 8th place bubble, but with Titans still in, only the 1 point behind them as well, remember? At this point, Gladiators are not in. They are out as it stands, but can Tixi survive? Can he get more points than KONINA Power were able to earn? 7 points this match. He's going to need a bit of a miracle with no eliminations already on the cards. It's up to 2nd place with 1 is really where he needs to get to. And I think that's the only likely scoring. Failing that, stay within striking distance. Give yourself that chance next time.
Yeah, honestly, for Tixi, it is just a case of maybe a top 5. And then hope next game goes really well. Teams around them, VULGAR Boys, likely know there's still a player from Gladiators in this area, but have been pretty content to just hold out the teams on the eastern edge. For MADBULLS and MUERTE, again, 2 big storylines here. MADBULLS likely to go down in the next couple of minutes. It's very difficult for them to move from this eastern side, especially with VULGAR Boys having all the angles on towards them.
The MADBULLS and MUERTE dueling for that top spot. 3 points advantage for the MADBULLS. It is very, very close, as you say. It was 4 points difference at the start of this match. That's closed down to 1. So the longer the MUERTE can go, the better for their result. With Major Pride falling here, that is definitely the end to their PMGC direct qualifications on points as well. MADBULLS survived them.
Shots from Foots, man. If MADBULLS can make it across here, it would be pretty miraculous, and they do it in style as well. You don't even need a vehicle, apparently.
Sure.
Bloody Batman with his invisible car.
That's Wonder Woman, the invisible plane. Or are you thinking of James Bond? I'm not sure. It's one of the two. Either way.
James Bond definitely does not have an invisible car.
He does it as Pierce Brosnan. He has the invisible car. They call it the.
What is that from 1952?
No, it's the Vanquish. It's the Vanquish, but they called it the Vanish because it was invisible. Zerich and Fleek just getting picked up by Foopsman. Vulgar boys will not fall prey to the nades that they sent to Gladiators.
Vulgar boys find Titans as well. So they're now out. See how this all shapes up. Again, Tixie's getting pretty close to a top 5. Which is fairly ideal. I think Vulgar boys will be first to face on him though. And now they've dealt with his Eastern edge, most likely will go down fairly shortly. So he's really just hoping for a top 3. Would be amazing, right? But sort of unlikely to happen here as Vulgar boys start checking his angles, checking the vehicles around that location. Vulgar boys are going to make a hard north rotate with Foopsman. Just looking up towards the guys from MUERTE.
There's a team that we haven't really spoken about too much this match, Blank, in terms of their potential to impact the tables. It's VIRTUS.PRO. They are a little bit of an outside chance here, but with 3 players in the position that they are, they do have legs in this lobby and could potentially get on the chase. They were 13 points behind the bubble to start this match out. With 2 eliminations, there's plenty more for them to get. So, can they also join in and make it a 4-way engagement on this bubble?
I mean, they definitely could. I'd hope they have some better games. I really do like VIRTUS.PRO's team. I like all the players on that side. They just haven't quite performed to each one of their individuals' potential. KASIK looking over towards Vulgar boys. Elementrix, I think he spots him, but that's a nice shot from Dakimi.
Really great control from the eastern side. Tixie still in the middle here. And it might be a lifeline for Gladiators. KASIK scrapping on the approach with SBG. Unicorn taken low. Might need to look to regroup with the forward position, but Foopsman, Tresley, have Dakimi now as backup. The nades start to pour over, but Skillsless has one of his own. A well-placed one might find the gap, might find the knock, and it will find Ingush in response, but Foopsman breaks down low and goes down as well. The flush is there, Tresley raining the bullets through, but it's not going to be enough. He finds a second, and Vulgar boys might be just coming apart here. Pylaus desperately scrambling to get back in for the reinforcement here, and now 2 players up the top. They need to take down KASIK here and now.
I mean, Pylaus has got a grenade. Depends how well he can cook this, because he is sending it downhill. MUERTE takes down Ruda. In the meantime, Skillsless is still going. Malloy even on towards Ala now as well. And Tixie still alive in this engagement as more and more players will fall from every single squad. He is just holding on to it. You know, if Gladiators get a 3rd place off the back of this one, it might be enough to bring back morale for them. Great play from Skillsless taking down Vulgar boys here. Fantastic stuff.
Kimi has it in the chamber, but he's not going to be able to pull the trigger on this one. Vulgar boys go down, and you're right. All credit to Skillsless, holding off 1v3, allowing the rest of his team to move in. And it gives them a chance on the south side.
Again, top 5 down for Tixie. And with the way most teams are set up here, it's likely that they're going to engage against one another before they ever even get over towards Tixie's position. He's been very lucky in terms of circles. Look at this, SBG on over towards the MUERTE KASIK team, barely even looking his way.
SBG maybe looking to get rid of weight, but MUERTE just a little bit further over the ridgeline. Now Valo stepping up, could have his head taken off because KASIK now have that full sight line. A nade over the top of the shack, but it's just going to burst on the far side of it, isolating the angles, and there's KASIK team looking for that opening to have an impact here. Tixie might be spotted on this push from KASIK.
He's just behind the little rock, and he's got a grenade, so he is fine. He's technically hidden, and the reason we can see him is because of the X-ray. Very much hoping this pops off, and KASIK's going for an eastern rotate. They're not bothered about him.
Survival, so important for Gladiators. Got this and 2 more matches to go. Milky Way goes up in smoke. He gets bombed out of there. SBG playing as 4 on the west side. Milky Way down, gonna get flushed out here by Ingush as they move in. And SBG lose a player to Furia. He gets back to the cover, but not quite in time. Will be safe for a res potentially, but it's all up to Malloy now against SBG. Playing with 3. Doesn't have any nades, I don't think, and that nade looks good from Narvalo. Finds Malloy and MUERTE are out. Is Tixi still in? Has he gone? He's still alive?
Mate, he was on top of him. He was on top of him. Like, for the longest time, I don't want to say anything, but I saw it. He rocked right up towards his spot, and I'm pretty sure he stepped on his back. That's the only... I have no idea how he did not see him at all. 3 players for SBG. Skillser should have a good idea where currently Tixi is. And he moves up to reposition off the back of it, because I don't think SBG has an idea of where he is. Spots him now.
Ooh. Big nade, bounce wide, and Tixi just survives. Just about, but there's going to be more. Surely pouring down, gets that first nade off, but the nade is to the left, and again he survives it. The res in the
last nade as well.
And
his last nade.
KASIK can bring themselves back up to 2, and that gives more suppression to SBG's Ridge.
Oh, now he's got to deal with a 3-man push.
Oh dear, okay, there's another nade, there it is. Okay, it was getting a bit ridiculous, and finally SBG take it down. 2 players for KASIK.
Still, 3rd place. That's fantastic. That'll do the trick. That'll do the trick. It's not going to keep them directly on target, but at least they're not too far behind coming into this next game. And I think KONINA Power, although they've done amazingly well, it's a real question of how long can they keep this up. Now, MG3, 2v3 here. SBG would love to get this. If they can get a strong win off the back of this game, they're another team that is then again in contention for taking up that bubble position to get into the top 8, and that's a nice day onto Skillsers. A few more and it should be over. That's it there. SBG take the win, but I think the real story is definitely Tixi. What a camouflage reptilian he was over here on Miramar. Well done.
Brilliant to be able to survive that long and keep the Gladiators just about, I think, in the bubble. SBG, though, able to take that home. They had 126 points at the start of this match. So I didn't quite catch their elimination count, but they also could be quite close. It is getting so tight towards this bubble blank. What a way to close down these finals. We talk about rivalries for the PMGC points, but I feel like this bubble is even more fraught with danger.
Yeah, absolutely. It is really, really crazy right now. I think that I'm excited to see what happens between MUERTE and MADBULLS, though. Who takes the trophy? It's so close.
Certainly is. We'll have to wait and see, though, as we head back over to the studio and look at those final tables, because it is going to be so tight.
So close indeed. And Max, we said it, SBG, one of the teams, needs one good game, one chicken dinner, potentially see themselves in top 8. We're gonna have to wait and see how that plays out. But them getting this chicken dinner with no small amount of eliminations added on top of that as well is only further going to disturb the rankings. But I think another couple of storylines here from this, there we go, 18 in total. KONINA Power getting themselves 7 points as well. Gladiators just about scraping 6, one of them being an elimination. A little bit worried.
Oh, my small mind brain can't keep track of everything going on, Jenny. There's too much. It's too much. You got the race at PMGC, you got the race for being in podium, you got the race for making it in top 8 for the championships. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Too many races, too many things.
It really is. It's good for Gladiator. Okay, me and Blank predicted Gladiators because technically Gladiators, if they grouped up on Tixi or Tixi regrouped with the rest of the team, this could have been a possible chicken dinner. It ended right there. The circles were relatively lucky, but maybe I'm wrong on this assumption. It seemed like there's almost something happening internally that we just can't quite see. I can't put my finger on it, but them not regrouping in what I think was a very obvious position and instead getting swept away by VULGAR boys. Bit odd. And it's KONINA Power do get themselves an extra 1 point, but I keep saying it, a 1 point difference can have a massive impact on the lobby, especially when we said it's so close in the middle of the pack. I don't know what, I don't know. I don't know.
maybe some communication issues. I don't know either. We're gonna have to wait and see. But something that we've seen as well that we were like draw on the floor was Tixi specifically.
Yeah, I want to see, because Blank did mention he almost walked. He's right there. He's right there. You're like, oh my god, he's right behind me.
Just look around, please.
He almost walked on his back like, oh my god, what was that? Oh, it's Tixie. Oh, wait a minute.
It's like when you're watching like a horror movie and you're like, no, they're behind you, turn around. And they just can't hear you.
He's behind me, isn't he?
Yeah,
Oh, yes. He was.
He was.
Okay. Unfortunate for KASIK, though. Hey, though KASIK, props to them on their rotation onto MUERTE. SPG took on the western side. They're like, okay, we're going to do a pinch kind of situation versus MUERTE on the northern edge. That was such a smart approach for KASIK team. So, sure, they don't get the win, but big props on, I think, a play that many teams would not be willing to go to the full extent that KASIK team did.
Yeah, and they also managed to get the highest damage in terms of skills. And then we're looking at Furia from the MUERTE getting 6 eliminations themselves, which obviously did add up to the tally because the MUERTE had a total of 7. So, you know what? You should give yourself a pat on the back. SPG, though, they're the ones that get 8 elimination points. Same thing as KASIK, but the damage from KASIK team has just been a little bit more. You know, quick math, 600-ish, give or take.
Quite a lot more, actually, for them. Really good on how they were applying pressure on the southern edge. And not easy rotations for KASIK team early on, too, because they were making it through the field, clearing angles every step of the way, get into that ridge line. And when you're at the side of the hills, then you can start to ascend and you're a little bit safer. So I did like that. But so many storylines, again, because SPG surviving, getting that win, that's really massive for them to overtake a position in the top 8. And same for VIRTUS.PRO, lingering in the shadows while Gladiators, sure, Tixie gets a few points, but Titan died early again, Ginny. It just keeps happening time and time and time again. And I'm 2 games. That's all that's left now.
That's all there's left,
games to make a difference. Luckily enough, it is close, so one good game can make it happen. But they're running out of time. There's not that many points available in the lobby for them to make these miraculous plays and comebacks. So I'm skeptical if we're going to see Titan or Gladiators going to make it. I think one of the two is going to be cut off by the end of today.
Yeah, and either one would be a little sad to see, considering how Titan has really left a mark on this phase of PMPL on this fall season. I think that's really something to highlight. You're looking at Gladiators, and you kind of touch upon it yourself as well, Max. Like, it may be an end of an era if they're not able to push this forward. So the next 2 games are genuinely for both of these teams, do or die, and that is the case for any team that is lingering between 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th place, because anyone can make it at this point.
Tixie to Primacy again, but yeah, you said the end of an era. I do have to echo your point. It's really weird to be in a position where Gladiators might not make it into a championship, because if you guys don't know, by the way, for championships, ever since 2021, I'd even go to say 2020, back to 2020, 2021, only 2 teams have ever won the European Championship. Na'Vi, ex-HVP, now Gladiators, and Fireflux. And the fact that we are in a situation where the only 2 teams to ever win championship in the European Championship history might not qualify by the end of today, it just sets a massive precedent. And as you said, it's the end of an era. It seems that those 2 teams are not going to make it, possibly, and we're going to have a new team rise up to secure the championship trophy. It's mental to even just imagine in the first place.
Yeah, also highlights very much the competitiveness of the entirety of PMPL EU, because competitiveness just further being highlighted by how close these ranking are. Like, yes, the MUERTE is first. They are 9 points ahead. Great, beautiful, love to see it. But we're looking at your KONINA Power now on 7th. We're looking at 150 points with Gladiators 149. 1 point difference between 7th and 8th. And when we're going on to that second sheet in terms of where the teams are being placed, we're looking at number 9th. And that will be, drum roll please.
Show me.
Show me number 9. Ooh. Can we? Yeah, there we go. Titan. 47. That is like another 2-point difference. It's literally 3-point difference between 9th and 7th. That is insane. And SPG climbing to 10th. That, oh my goodness.
Is SPG TUNA out? VIRTUS.PRO, they could also initiate a comeback. Literally, VIRTUS.PRO, 1 chicken dinner away from catching up. Below that, 12th and below, as we said, not an issue.
Yeah.
VIRTUS.PRO, SPG, Titan, KONINA Power, Gladiators. There's only 2 spots available. 3 of those teams are going to be out by the end of these next 2 matches. 2 of those are going to remain in. So again, down to pressure. That's going to be on the top of these guys. I mean, I have to say, every of those teams, I would say, is deserving of a spot in Championship, but it's esports, it's how it goes. Some teams are going to be ending their adventure for 2023 after these next 2 matches. I love this. I hate this. It feels weird.
It does feel really weird, and it's absolutely down to the wire. Again, it's do or die for the teams towards the bottom of the rankings to be able to secure themselves a spot. So let's head over to our caster, Sean and Blank, as they're gonna be they're gonna be bringing us the game. Okay, the hype is there, the tense is it's just so tense. So Sean and Blank, how are you feeling about all this?
It's just all crazy going on right now. 5 teams in the running for that bubble spot to maybe push ex-champions out. Gladiators fighting for their tournament lives. And don't worry, Max, we're going to go straight over into Sanhok. We've got you the game. You can chill out for a second.
I mean, I'm scared, to be honest with you, because I don't think Gladiators do well on Sanhok. This is not a map where they've performed on many times in the past. And I think this is going to be a real showing of their grit, to be honest with you, because I think that when it comes to Gladiators, the final game of the final day, that's usually when they're able to bring out something a little bit special. So we'll see exactly what the Gladiators can get done here. I'm not holding my breath though, because I'm just scared that it's not going to be enough. Right now, they are right on the line. 8th place, Titans underneath them with 9th place. But we know Titans dropping in Painan, they tend to be very aggressive, a little bit silly billies. And they go down quite early here on Sanhok. So I'm curious to see exactly what will happen. Potentially they get blessed with a Painan circle, in which case, happy days. But what I would be excited to see is KASIK drop on top of the guys from Titans and just really stick it to them. That would be my favorite thing. I don't think it's happening though. Looks like they're heading up towards Trifecta.
It seems like they are just going to stick to their guns. I mean, Titan were talking about keeping that spot so that they would have it over towards the championship stage, right? Like that's what they're thinking. They're saying, you know, we're not going to adjust, we're not going to change our drop away from here because this is where we want to be. But right now, they need more to be able to confirm their spot in. It is really treacherous stuff moving through. SBG, who entered the mix, that fight for that bubble spot over towards Paradise Resort right now. You've also got VIRTUS.PRO, that outside track, potentially fighting for it, pretty close by to them. And it is just all to play for now. With the MADBULLS only 9 points ahead of MUERTE, you've also got that challenge for the first.
I mean, just looking over on the previous winners that Max has just sent across right now, you know, for pretty much all of our championships, it's either been Fireflux twice or Gladiators right now 3 times in a row. And I mean, they were under Na'Vi, they were under HVP, but now obviously underneath Gladiators. Same team every single time, just different banners. But it'd be silly, absolutely insane, let's say, if Fireflux and Gladiators both don't qualify. We would have a chance, or we would 100% see a different winner of championships the first time in a few years.
Yeah, in quite a while. Almost 3 years in the making for this last 2 matches. This story of the Gladiators have written. We followed it for so long. They've changed their organizations. They've moved in and out and always been a constant. But right now, it is wavering. And they are in a struggle for survival. To not see them at a PMGC, to not see them at that global level after their season would be jarring, to say the least.
Absolutely would be. Right now, they're playing it safe. They've only got 1 player up towards the Northwest Island, and it looks like it could be a Northwest Island finish. And despite everything, Gladiators, they don't like their Northwest Island finishes, even though it is their drop spot. Hopefully this can be the change on this map to make a difference. But Major Pride, they lost their chance. 179 points to 210 into MUERTE in first place. Obviously not being able to catch up for those PMGC points, but there is still a potential here for them to take the win. I say that, they need like a 25 Lima, yes, as well as MUERTE to go down early. It's been done before. So there is a possibility. It's just very unlikely, at least here on Sanhok as well. More doable in Erangel, where teams aren't getting wiped out all over the place. But on Sanhok, with so many teams going down early, you just don't have the player count to really reach those heights of numbers on this map.
They have managed to get across that northwestern island early of Major Pride to be able to potentially pick up some of them. Aztec and Wobbly will not be allowed to go any further. Slowed down, drawn to a snail's pace by KASIK, who are playing on that trifecta. This is where they like to push up to after that position on these Northwest Island shifts. So they regroup up to that northwest. And No Mercy Warriors caught, maybe not unawares, but certainly lacking, as Marlow goes for a really bold push, to be fair, into the water. It goes for a swim.
Titans coming up behind. They are spotted by Watch Me here.
Ooh.
Great shots from Havlik. Lovely headshot over towards Watch Me, takes him down. Naomi finds skills, so this might just open things up a little bit for Titans.
Gives them an opportunity, but they're still on that southwest side. MADBULLS close by will hear these shots as well. So not impossible for a third party to push out this way, but might be a bit too treacherous for MADBULLS' liking. 3 players down for No Mercy Warriors. The swim came and moved forwards. Means Watch Me is very unlikely to actually be rezzed here. I don't think they're going to want to break backwards unless they can clear KASIK completely. Might just be Watch Me going for a swim. I don't know if he has the time to get all the way across here.
It's going to be close. It's going to be really close. And they'll probably have to grab him out in the middle of the water. Again, that does put you in danger of being shot at again if they spot you. For No Mercy Warriors, somehow brought it back together right at the final moment.
Just want to look at the Gladiators, because they have regrouped, I think, faster than they have done in the past on some of these circles. They haven't left anyone out to the west. Kitsune playing on the south point as per usual. And I like the speed at which they've gone for this position on the top of the mountain. We've seen them hold this a couple of times, though, and it hasn't always gone the best for them.
It hasn't, but again, this is when they've held 1 player off to the east and then 2 players on the high ground. This time around, they play what I would call the standard Northwest Island play. It has somewhat changed as of recent, where you would send 2 down to the smaller hilltop over on the eastern side, but that's been crashed upon many, many times, and it's been proven quite frequently that Gladiators cannot hold that push. They just don't understand how to break free of it. So they opt to just not do that. They're going to hold 1-1-1-1 over the top side of the island, so fully split, just watching each edge. And I think going back to basics here on the final game, probably smart, as opposed to trying to make something that just hasn't worked throughout the entire tournament here on the last game, where you're desperate for those points.
When you're racing with 5 other teams, just putting up 6, 7, 8 points might be enough, and that is a big might. But it is what they'll be looking for: consistency. VIRTUS.PRO, this is one of those crucial teams, getting torn apart there. Brilliant spray down from SHOCKWAVE to bring them to just Elementrix, which is a really big news. So that's one of our 5 horses out of the race for the time being. They only have 1 map left to play, unless Elementrix can pull off an old boy and get really late into this circle, get really far and survive, get those placement points on to keep up that tally, keep up that points total.
KONINA Power is a bit of a wild card here on Sanhok, particularly because they don't typically play very well. It used to be in the past that KONINA Power was sort of known for their Sanhoks. They were very good at getting the win on this map. In the recent past, it just hasn't been the case. They're rotating quite late now from the southeast side, and with a circle like this, which is pretty much determined over towards the northwest island, which has massively thrown Gladiators a bone here. Doesn't often happen like this, so they need to make the most of it. And again, I've said that a few times in the past with Gladiators, and they just really have not. So for KONINA Power, this game is quite tough. It's quite difficult. See what they can do off the back of it.
They don't have that many options, you're right. The Gladiators being thrown a lifeline again. SBG trying to cross the bridge, and remember that is also one of those chasing teams. If they get guarded out by SHOCKWAVE here, could be troublesome for their chances to move forward. Scars looking to be the arbiter as a nade pours onto the back. It tags some damage, and this is really good news for the DBS. A spray, and the backup is there. 2 players from SPG are going to fall, and yet another opening is found. 2 of our teams looking to chase for these qualification spots. Of the 5 that are there in the mix, have been laid low. Not fully out just yet, Blank, but severely diminished in capacity.
Major Pride also losing 2 players, knocked but not out, but no one's really there to pick them up. MUERTE took a knock in the meantime. Still have 4 players though, so they're able to get every single player back up on their feet. I think MADBULLS actually hitting up Camp Alpha. That's actually huge. The fact they're able to get through here so quickly. It has been MUERTE who's been very scrappy here on Sanhok. It's worked out some games, it's worked out not so well on others. Now the question is, because they have to play more of a safe game now, because they want to get towards that later part of the phase, later circles. So they're going to have to play a very, very different match to what they're used to. And just like that, trying to get in there, they lose 2 players. That's all of them out. And that might just be MADBULLS taking first place off the back of a spray down in the water. What an unfortunate way to go.
There is still a gap to close for the MADBULLS, but with the position they hold, it's likely they're going to have a decent point score this match. What can they do here? MUERTE still with 1 match after this to try and claw it back, but they are hoping that the MADBULLS fall now or as soon as possible. Unlikely though. The question is, how many points can they extract? What a spray down from Icy. And that is huge, not only for MUERTE going down, but for Icy and Titan to pick up 4 massively important points.
Goodness me. You've got MADBULLS still on that edge. Right now, it is, I think, 10 points to catch. MUERTE would win the tiebreaker there. Gladiator is really happy with this circle so far. Keeps them very much in it. If they're lucky, they should be able to get a fair amount of points off the back of this game. Really secure themselves a strong lead, which is what they need.
They really do. But they are the point break on the south side where all of these teams are looking to push up. It is very dangerous. Alpha moving into that valley. They've made this rotation quite a lot. And the MADBULLS trying to swing out to the north. Elementrix, last player for VIRTUS.PRO, will go down here. And that is 2 of our 5 horses cut out now of this game entirely. So a chance for SPG, a chance for the Gladiators and KONINA Power to make their bid.
Gladiators will just be spotting at the moment. They know that they've got KASIK underneath them. It's not too much of a threat. Difficult to push up to Gladiators from that position, and they'll have all the info in the world that they need. Alpha's moved through the valley. Looking to gain information over towards that north side. Nice rotate from MADBULLS as well. Immediately up towards a compound on the western side of Hattin. They know just how difficult it is to get past that location in the late game. They can always move back down towards Camp Alpha, but taking this up early is what I would say is quite wise. Titan right now are just seriously putting up some numbers. Should be up to 5 eliminations soon. 6 now, in fact.
They take the second player from No Mercy Warriors on the south coast. They're playing as 3. We know that they love to lose Old Boy this early on, but they are making the most of it. And Titan do not want to let KONINA Power get away with this. KONINA Power swiftly moving out to the west now after they pushed across that bridge on the west side. NEXUS trying to descend against SHOCKWAVE. The VULGAR boys do go through, but NEXUS will be able to win out that close range engagement. SPG fallen, VIRTUS.PRO out. This northeastern side clearing up just a little bit. So if NEXUS can move across, there's a chance here for them as well, with a lot of these teams playing south.
SHOCKWAVE. Just 2 players. Again, it's difficult making this crossing for the Gladiators. Nice shot for the Nexus, sorry. Nice shot from Gladiators down towards English. That makes them way, way, way more safe. KASIK was probably the closest to having some form of upset towards Gladiators. Now just 2 players remain for them.
Dagestan towards KONINA Power. Dagestan playing as 4. There is only 2 players from KONINA Power here, and Keep is first into the fight. Limbo playing the other side of the rock. They're going to try and get out and regroup. They know how important it is, but a big nade from Limbo finds one. Agori trying to get away with a sliver of HP, but KONINA Power are losing players left and right. Another spray down as TUNA pick up the pieces on Agori, and 2 for KONINA Power. This is disastrous for them, but great news for Titan. Brilliant for Gladiators.
What a shift on the circle too. MADBULLS, game's played right into their hands. They know they need to catch up here versus MUERTE. And this is the shift of a lifetime for them. Almost clairvoyant, to be honest.
Incredibly swift rotate around that west side from Camp Alpha to move up there, and now they just need to defend it on that north side to close that gap between them and MUERTE. You said the 10-point chase was on. To go into the final game in the lead, they want a little bit more than 10 from here, Blank. They're going to want as much as possible, the maximum value needed.
Gladiators now looking to finish off the final 2 players from KASIK. Titans also having to make that same rotation we just saw from KONINA Power and Dagestan. Major Pride just losing players left, right and center in this game. Alpha looking to finish it off, secure their position up towards that top side. Oopsie daisy.
Well, Alpha didn't need to do it, but Effect denies Alpha the point. You know, they're not going to be able to get that one on board, unfortunately. But in 6th place at the start of this match, they are looking fairly safe, as you say, not as under threat as a lot of these other teams. But Titan, 6 eliminations so far. Great chance for them to push past KONINA Power, but KONINA Power not out of it fully just yet.
Tixi kind of ruined the day of Alpha at the moment. NEXUS been able to get past that bridge up towards his position. Really, really speaks volumes to how good of a team they have become. Meku finds KASIK. They were waiting for that run. Well played to Redux as well, just pushing the stairs. Here's the pin, knows you can just go straight up with a shotgun. It's all 4 players as well for NEXUS.
Predictions coming through. Maxman saying you won't give up on the Gladiators. They have just lost their south point, but they take a shot to Titan. A knock over on that north side of Camp Alpha. They're still quite split, and KASIK do fall, but the Gladiators now playing as 3 from the mountaintop.
Down towards NEXUS. Matic's got a great spot right now. Tixi, gorgeous spray.
That range, kind of crazy to be able to so consistently hit those shots, but doesn't quite get that knock at the range. Havlik crawling for Titan. Last player to stand, Blank. They've had 6 points here. They'll need KONINA Power to go down soon if Havlik falls out. TUNA have left Abito on the back. Is he going to hop out for these vehicles and try and drive underneath? Because Havlik will be able to pick it up immediately if he does.
Remember, for Titans, it's very important here. 6 eliminations is great. Abito moves out. Havlik understands what's going on here. He's got no first aid kits. Just wants to ladder. Perhaps get another elimination. This should be a good spot.
Oh, Abito just about to open himself up to Havlik's position. Can the Gladiators stop him from getting this flush? Titan looking for the final point on this one, but I think he's denied. TUNA might be able to pinch it away. We'll see where the flush goes through. Hang on a minute, they can't flush their own player. I'll take that back, but Titan are down. 7 points on the match, Blank. KONINA Power with that 1 point. At the start of this match, they were 3 points behind, so KONINA Power, still more to do.
MADBULLS, great sidelines from his position. It was practically confirmed. As soon as they made that rotate in the early game, a really, really strong one. Like I said, they could always move back down towards Camp Alpha if the circle shifted that way, but this is a really good spot to hold. If the circle comes north, which it does, look at the high ground the Gladiators currently own. So decent.
difficulty for MADBULLS, as it was always going to be from this compound, is getting back across. But they just keep their wall in on the north side. The question is, do they want to spend as much time here as possible, pick up the points, or do they want to try and play for a winning position?
Gladiators have to go for the Gamba game now, right? This is very much the old roulette machine, because they essentially, the circle has to come south. As soon as the circle moves away from this mountaintop, they'll start to run down the hill. They'll run directly into TUNA. So they need the circle to come to them. They've already been quite fortunate here with the way it went.
There is potentially a chance as well that they go on that east flank instead of tumbling to TUNA and try and take the fight with MADBULLS. But if MADBULLS get across first, it's going to make that harder. Dagestan starting to eke their way forwards, but TUNA light up Limbo, and he goes down to the vehicle explosion as well. That flush goes over to Gladiators. A really important point. Again, they're on 7 eliminations now, Blank, and they might just be able to execute here.
I mean, for Gladiators, the win, if it comes through, it is amazing for them. Another fantastic rotate amidst all the chaos from MADBULLS. They get right up to the wall underneath.
That's exactly what they needed to make happen, and that's what I was worried. It cuts off that Gladiator's eastern side, that slope that is a lot less fraught with danger, but now puts the MADBULLS underneath them. The question is, can those nades find their mark? Keep on the knee, crawling in through the smoke for Dagestan, but they have got such a difficult time to move forwards into TUNA. Keep just going to get flushed away here. The Gladiators are looking to pick that up. Certainly continues to bleed out, and in fact, it's actually the nade from Zero to pick up the point for TUNA. Denies the Gladiators that glory, and more continues to go through. KONINA Power spotted, Becca isolated. And Titan, with the mark that they've set, 7 points this match, want KONINA Power to go down as soon as possible.
Oh, Dagestan's very happy about the boy in Matic taking down TUNA for him. KONINA Power is in a rough state of business. It will go out. I think Dagestan just goes out after them there as well. So KONINA Power out in 4th place is really good news. It's probably ideal for the Gladiators. No, they're in hot pursuit.
MADBULLS may consider the idea that there's a full 4 team up the top of this hill. Hopefully they've got their wits about them. I think Frozen is checking in the watchtower as Meku drops down in the buggy, avoiding that full damage, but a lovely spray onto Tulika leaves Serich without a teammate on his angle. And the Gladiators, oh dear, Tixie, dangerous. You never want to be caught on the slip there.
It's a free win. It's unlosable at this point. And Gladiator is very happy for it, because when the next circle pops, Zone 9, this is going to close in on top of the mountain. So realistically, the only way that Gladiators lose now is if all 3 players peak and all 3 players die. There's no possibility of getting up on here for the MADBULLS or for TUNA. Right now, for Gladiators, what this is all about is getting as many eliminations at the end game. But what a way to take Sanhok for the Gladiators after struggling on this map for so long, to basically just get an unlosable game.
What a gauntlet they've been through as well. With 11 points already, they've done enough to see themselves into the top 8, moving into that final game. But that chicken dinner would be the icing on the cake. MADBULLS might be able to launch a nade up high, but you're right, the Gladiators do not need to move forward. 0 found. And the MADBULLS put a 6th point up on the board. That'll do it for closing the gap, because they ladder up into 6th. 12 points now guaranteed for MADBULLS, which means that they will be 2 points ahead of MUERTE. Tixie drops and goes down. Okay.
Yeah,
they still have the center, though.
He's just giving information across for Meku, who's dropping nades. Like I said, this is impossible to lose now. With Meku's basically playing for the win, with the nades up top, Matic is just looking to see if he can give that information back across, because MADBULLS just lose.
Oh, another nade onto Matic, and it could be disaster for Gladiators up top. Another high nade, but that's an incorrect arc there. And Matic does get that full med kit off. This nade needs to hit. It needs to hit now. But Matic is just dancing through, and Meku is further up top as well. They will not be able to find it, MADBULLS, right at the end. And Gladiators, at a crucial juncture, able to put that chicken dinner up on the board from the top of the mountain. Finally, their nemesis, the Northwest Island finish, goes their way, and they have been given that lifeline. Can they hold on to it with one more match to go?
It's actually hilarious because it's kind of just like you're playing with the D20 when you play Northwest Island. You're just rolling it until you get that nat 20. And there you go. You get the unlosable game. It's just like, even with the nades there from MADBULLS, like they could have got Gladiators down to one player, wouldn't have mattered. Because Meki would have just sat central and you just died to the blue. It's kind of crazy. I mean, Gladiators needed it. They take it. They're happy with it. In the meantime, let's head back over to Max and Janiru.
All right, Gladiators are happy with it. I'm sure you're happy with it as well, Max, because as John's already put it, this is the lifeline Gladiators needed to be able to stay in that top 8. With KONINA Power as well going down with only 1 elimination, this could potentially be them pushing themselves up 1 spot. We're gonna have to wait and see for that because first, let's just break down this finish and exactly what happened.
Well, as Blank said, it's the unlosable game. They rolled the nat 20 and they got himself the 21 pointers on board here this time around. So good stuff from Gladiators. Like,
absolutely.
I think this one does secure them a spot in top 8, which, whew, there's a little bit of relief.
Crazy.
No, it's fine. We're good. We're fine. We're fine. They made it.
Right.
Okay. And with that, of course, we do have to highlight this of the MUERTE going out early to the hands of Titan. That's also good for Titan to get those points. We'll look at the overall rankings, I believe, but we should have MADBULLS like done. They won, which I'm so happy they've been rewarded for being so consistent during the entire league stage. Clearly the team that I'm so glad to become the European champions. I still am waiting for my 20th chicken dinner. I think they're on 19 right now, so maybe on the last game. We'll see.
Yeah, maybe we're gonna have to hear you close out the day with a Mickey Mouse voice.
Oh, okay.
That's what I say, but no, it takes Matic as well. 4 eliminations each. They're very close in the damage as well. Knockouts 3 to their names. This is what we needed to see. This is what we wanted to see, and this is what Gladiators needed to keep themselves in the game.
Just to see how free of a game it is, just look at how much damage they received. 50, 150, 35, 179. It's nothing.
No.
Except for KASIK team fight, and also a few of the cheeky nades at the end from MADBULLS, there was no competition this entire game. I wasn't sure if I wanted to highlight this, but I feel like I have to.
Yeah, go for it.
In my mind, it's not the game that I wanted to see Gladiators qualify on. Circle Luck. I wanted to see a little bit more, you know, if that makes sense. But I won't complain on seeing Gladiators. I just hope they take this opportunity and say, okay, we got hella lucky on this game. We cannot afford to rely on these kind of situations to happen and unfold in the championship. We need to change how things go. Good for them to get themselves this free win, pretty much, but I want to see more heading into the championship because I don't want this amount of stress to happen again, okay? It's been too much.
Yeah, no, get it. Absolutely, I understand it. But I think as well for Gladiators, this is that morale boost as well that they needed. Like, as much as that circle shift was very heavily in their favor, it's still something that they were able to play off of, and they were able to keep themselves in that favorable position. So that is great from their end. And so many moving variables during this game just keeps us as well on our toes, Max, because we don't know what the overall is. I mean, we have an inclination of what the overall is going to look like, but we don't know who's going to be in the top 8, and we still have one more game to actually seal the deal and finally decide it. Who I am admittedly very worried about is going to be Titan Gaming. I think this was a team that we've seen perform really well during phase 1, 2, and 3, but now I don't know. I'm not sure.
Me neither. It's my brain is fried. Okay, my brain is the new chicken dinner. It's been fried for ages today, and it's a lot unexpected still. It just shut up. There's still some X factors towards the top 8, which I'm not sure. But we are reaching the end point of all these storylines, so it's just going to be a fight.
It's the end point.
Mainly, if Titan can just jump up there at the very end, because KONINA Power died early, they could still be the team to be a real pain in the side for Titan. So KONINA, I'm looking at KONINA, looking at VIRTUS.PRO, maybe not, but KONINA, VIRTUS.PRO, SPG, and of course Titan. Those are the few teams that I'm going to be looking at for this final game. It's the last game. It's the last one that's coming up. Oh my god.
It's literally the final one. This is the last stretch. This is it. Looking at the overall though, in terms of where teams currently are standing, I think that top 1 position will always be between MADBULLS and the MUERTE. They're just gonna keep going up and down, but Gladiators get themselves into 6th. They are actually surpassing Alpha Team.
I'm surprised. I thought it was going to be a little bit of a wider gap between MADBULLS and MUERTE. No, it's not done. It's not done. I lied. It's down to this game between MADBULLS and MUERTE. It's a 2-point difference. God damn. That's good. Oh, MUERTE also having 3 points. That could be down to a tiebreaker, possibly, if they both don't have a good game. But look at the bottom. Gladiators. 170 should be safe to go normally, because 170, look a little bit low. I'm moving my camera. I can't see the points.
154?
154. There you go. I was hiding it with my big face. How close is it with top 9, though, with KONINA,
Yeah, that's
with
the
Titan?
question. Oh,
tied!
It's
Oh my
tied.
god!
No.
Don't do this.
An
to me,
SBG
please.
10 points behind Max. This is a spicy final game. Like, the faith of not just one team, the faith of the MUERTE, of MADBULLS, of SBG, Titan, KONINA Power, Alpha, and Gladiators, as well as Dagestan, because Dagestan was tied with Gladiators. This is 8 teams. This is literally 8 teams whose faith are going to be decided by one game to decide which one are actually going to be in the top 8. You could not make this up. Whoever wrote the script, hats off to you. Honestly.
Absolutely. You know that video of the guy like writing with his pen on fire? You know, just writing.
Yeah, whoever
That's
wrote
him.
the script, like this pen, like he burned a couple pens, a couple pieces of paper. Like, beautiful job. Which also brings in question the PMGC points now when we're looking at the likes of the MUERTE, when we're looking at the likes of MADBULLS, when we're looking at the likes of a major Pride.
GG.
I think PMGC specifically, though, it's kind of like locked in for MADBULLS. They have enough of a cushion over phase 1, 2, and 3.
It's not even, I think. It's done. Like, they've qualified, so congratulations to MADBULLS. They will be the European representatives of in PMGC 2023 league stage. So congratulations. With their playstyle, I would love to see how that would possibly perform on the international stage of PMGC. I can tell you, I saw the teams over there. It's going to be rough, but if there's any team that I'm happy to represent the region, it is MADBULLS. They've shown extreme consistency throughout 2023, and I cannot wait to see how that's going to culminate in the biggest event of the year for
Absolutely. Okay, cut tape. This is it. This is the final map. This is the final chance for 8 teams to put themselves in the top 8 and qualify. So let's head over for our final map of PMPL Fall EU 2023 with our incredible casters who are going to walk you through the action, because it's do or die.
MADBULLS sit on a crumbling throne. Beneath them, MUERTE chipping away at the foundations. And over by the bubble, there's plenty of bursters in the wings. We'll have to wait and see, because it is a dead heat on that 8th to 9th jump.
It's scary. I think a lot of teams are quite terrified. You know, it's fitting that how we've got Halloween coming up as well, because this is a scary time for a lot of teams coming into this final match here on Erangel. Titan Gaming is doing their best to jump back up. They're currently in a tiebreaker between them and KONINA Power, 154 points apiece. The tiebreaker is won by KONINA Power with that one chicken dinner that they have on board here in these finals. But goodness me, 2 points between MADBULLS and MUERTE. It's the only thing that divides, and there's only one place to decide it. It is Erangel.
And they will be launching out very, very soon for the final time in PMPL Europe for 2023, for the full season. It's all up for grabs, and it can make or break your year, Blank. Getting to that PMGC, or the chance to get to PMGC, which MADBULLS, quite frankly, have already confirmed as they covered with the PMGC points. But that chance could be denied to KONINA Power, to Titan, to any of those teams close to that bubble. But those are the 2 that we're really going to focus in on here. The plane path, not really going to cut too much out of the mix. And it's a good way to start this final furlong.
It's never been closer here down towards the bottom of the tables, let's be honest. If SBG, they get a good game, they're in. VIRTUS.PRO need a big chicken dinner, they're in. For Titan Gaming's, it's all coming to a head now. They've had their weird ups and downs during these games.
Is that a hot drop?
It's a focus now.
Is that Titan in a hot drop? In the southwest side? Are they there? Are they underneath VIRTUS.PRO?
Yes.
This could be what it all comes down to, but Titan pick up the first knock. They've managed to get the rifles in that close range central area. VIRTUS.PRO lose the first, and Havlik able to find a second. The flushes are being picked up, and this is big news for Titan, but an aid in from Elementrix could put a stop to their glee, as Beck is on the flank with that Vector as well. Havlik close by, double barrel into the hands, but Elementrix wants the pump through the windowsill. Havlik dancing around, trying to stay alive. It is absolutely down to the wire, and Titan fighting for their tournament, for their chance at the champs. Elementrix moving through, and Old Boy caught in the cross. Another one as well. Rob's half HP and licked again. He's going to have one more left in the barrel. Pops it up for another, and Havlik the last to stand for Titan. Will they be able to get a point? Well, they've already got two. Can they find more teammates? No. He's flushing them away, and VIRTUS.PRO trying to spoil the day for Havlik, trying to spoil it for Titan. They've gone so far, but they've faltered at the final hurdle. A challenge for him now, as Havlik, desperate to survive, the Vectors in both of their hands, and Havlik has two shots in the barrel. Make that one. He looks for the first and jumps out wide, but Beck has more, and he finds it. The reload crucial for Havlik.
Going through quickly, the Vector on the other side of the map. You got Havlik with a shotgun and the fate of his team in his hands. They're threatening the res right now. Havlik knows, looks around the corner. Elementrix has to get off it.
The spray. He turns it on for the double barrel yet again. Elementrix close, sees him through the window. One more shot is all it takes, but through the door he goes, doesn't leash it just yet, and through the window it goes, and Elementrix seals the deal. Havlik is down and Titan are out. 2 points on the match blank. That is the mark that KONINA Power need to reach, and the circle, oh my god, it's military. It's KONINA Power all day.
156 to 154 right now. At this stage of the game, KONINA Power would have to go down so early with 0 eliminations. They would have to have a clean sweep come their way in the next 3 teams to go down. It is so unlikely at this point in time. And Titans, they might just have been fallen by VIRTUS.PRO, by Elementrix. This play here was just disgusting.
VIRTUS.PRO as well. I mean, they're on 2 players now. It's not completely out of the question blank that they could ladder up towards that 8th place. It was 154, the mark, 156 now, with Titan making those 2 points on board. But for VIRTUS.PRO to be able to get 20 points this match, it's a little bit too tall of an order, and I'm willing to count them out at this stage. However, they have got those 4 points to start off, so we'll see if they're able to pull a miracle out. But what a way to start this final match, and we might have just decided that bubble here and now.
So grim, so disgusting. You gotta feel bad for them. They've dealt the hot drops all game though, so it's only fair that the table turns back around their way. NEXUS will be heading over towards Observatory on top side. Major Pride off towards their east. MUERTE in pretty close quarters with 2 of the teams there, with Alpha as well as KASIK.
There is danger afoot on that eastern bridge. With this military circle popping down. I mean, that is such brilliant news for the circle on KONINA Power. When it matters most, the circle vanishes from the mainland. KONINA Power can control. The question is, how much further can they go? Because the Gladiators are fairly close by. A lot of teams are going to be starting to move in and want to look at those hills on the north as potential residencies. TUNA, the first to make that break, but they're going to head to the western side of the island instead. Play around the sides of Gladiators.
The thing is that for KONINA Power, I would say they definitely deserve it at this point. Just because even when we look at that last game, they get a 5th place, or is it a 4th place on their side? On Sanhok, one of the maps that they just have not performed on, they get really far in that one, especially when the circle is so far away from their original drop spot. They are really kind of just juicing every single map for as many points as possible, despite being in not the greatest positions, not the greatest of spots. So you've got to be really happy for these boys.
KASIK yet to make their way across just yet. MUERTE are through. Alpha going for a swim to that military island. Teams now fully committing. Still plenty on the mainland. MUERTE on that military, but MADBULLS, their rivals, 2 points for that throne. The MADBULLS looking to try and take their pretenders down, but from that range, it's not going to be good. It's not going to be easy. But then again, when have the MADBULLS ever made it easy?
It's flying over the top of these hilltops right now, getting towards the circle itself. You got MUERTE in a fairly decent position. They made it across the bridge there early on. KONINA Power still just holding strong, 2-2 split for themselves on the north and eastern side of the airstrip.
All they need is 2 points this match because they do win the tiebreaker. With that chicken dinner that you highlighted at the start, Blank, all important. 2 points needed, 2 picks, anything. And with the number of stragglers that normally end up flowing into that military island, you've got to think there's definitely that potential. Either that or stay alive for as long as possible. Don't get too big for your boots. MUERTE looking to put up their first score on the card to chase down that 2-point lead that MADBULLS have. They start off well onto Trofka, nade in through the first floor window. But nobody there ready and waiting to catch it, unfortunately. Korka, though, sends one up high, and so does his teammate. Looking to try and double bang on Ingush, and it will find the second. Korka able to land his. The nade's always so strong for MUERTE, but Skills is on the ground floor. An anchor to hold KASIK into this game. Furia launching nades over to the backup, and somehow Korka hasn't been fully flushed, just about gets away with it now as Skills finds that point. MUERTE still 0 points, and actually they've lost 2 players now. So they're going to want to try and burn this one away. If they go down here, MADBULLS will claim the title. Skills takes damage. I think that's from across the way. I think that's a major pride third party. But Trofka gets flushed, and MUERTE draw even with MADBULLS.
Malai looking for one more. It's looking pretty likely to happen too. KONINA Power have to push hard over towards that eastern side. MUERTE pleased with himself on that one. KASIK go down. Just 2 eliminations. KONINA Power is getting themselves very close here to MUERTE, alongside with a lot of other teams, including NEXUS of Hayes. Scouts up towards the top of Observatory.
That was dangerous, to say the least, and they're still on a 2-2 split. TUNA might ram straight into the side. They were the team, remember, that took down the duo from KONINA Power over on Sanhok. Off Hayes has to divert, and he's going to get away with that. They are just trying to survive here, Blank, and somehow they are going fairly unscathed on this 2-2 split between 4 different teams.
You really wonder if they're just trying to get players all over the place, if they noticed that the guys from Titans went down so early. I mean, Hayes is just directly flying straight over towards NEXUS on the coastal edge. It was very dangerous what they're doing, playing with fire a little bit.
Really, really dangerous. I think Hayes might even have had to send off into the water on the southeast side. I'm not entirely sure, didn't quite catch it, but it's certainly, as you say, dangerous territory for them. There's a knock from Major Pride towards TUNA, playing on the west side of Novo. Gladiators circling. They are not fully out of the woods just yet, but with Titan not getting any more points, they will not be leapfrogged by Titan, and Gladiators need to be surpassed by 3 teams, Blank, which would mean that Alpha, KONINA Power, and SBG, who sit 26 points behind them, would all need to leapfrog over that 170 mark. So it's very, very unlikely that the Gladiators fall out of this bubble now. And hope against hope that they will find themselves in those championship and have a better time of it there. KONINA Power on the dash.
Yeah, Plucci getting absolutely sprayed down. VULGAR boys, as well as SHOCKWAVE, taking significant damage in the process. We're getting closer to where points start to be accrued for those placements. Foosman's going to have to make an absolute heroic defense here, but it's just not meant to be.
I've loved watching VULGAR boys this tournament. They've really improved over the course of it. Takimi, a marvelous 1v4. Able to pull that off over against Dagestan, I believe. That was on Sanhok. Foopsman, a legend in the making. And I am excited to see what this team can deliver in the future. But now it's just Tresley and Takimi left in this tournament. to try and salvage what they can. Circle shifts over to Novo on that west side of it. Observatory potentially claimable for Alpha here. And the MADBULLS taking a scrap to try and put more points back on against MUERTE's tally. They are back and forth right now, and it is a 1 point difference. 2 eliminations for MADBULLS, just 1 point in the lead. Actually, hang on a minute. No, MUERTE have 4. So they are dead heat yet again, and the tiebreak goes to Actually, take that back. It's going to MUERTE. Goodness me, MUERTE keeps surprising me on these tables. But it is still all to play for. Dagestan crunching No Mercy Warriors in.
Okay, for MADBULLS, they do need to start moving soon. Stage 3. Meantime, VIRTUS.PRO make themselves a long rotate in the boat. Ovhe's still in the water, looking to live this one out. I wonder if they did actually, in fact, spot Titans all going down early on. I think NEXUS are going to head out to the water themselves to see if they can spot out this final player of KONINA Power. Take him out of the running.
MUERTE turned around on the bridge. They are going to send maybe even all the way over to that eastern bridge. It would take quite a while. I wonder if they have the med supplies to survive. 4 first aids, 3 stims. They should be all right with the bandages as well. It is still stage 3, so they've got a little bit of time to play with. MADBULLS were able to get on the bike, get further in, and will push in from the west side here. A lot of teams resident in Novo now.
I was just super curious to see where KONINA Powers are actually playing and who could be near them, who might take shots towards them. I think they're fairly safe at the moment. Even if they do all go down at Novo, they still have Ovhe's. He only needs to get 2 placement points. With the placement point adjustments in terms of scoring, it's a little bit harder to do than it was in the past. You need to get quite far into the game, but I don't think that's too much of a tall task, especially in a cramped circle like this one where you're sort of expecting a lot of teams to go down early. KONINA Power just knocking on every single inn's door, looking for somewhere to stay. They finally find a position towards the outer edge of Novorevnoye.
And Ovhe's did have to swim all the way around to the southeast point of Novo. Might be able to make landfall there. VIRTUS.PRO maybe a little bit behind, and the 2 players from MUERTE still remaining close by, so dangerous, but not impossible. Let's go with that. He has to push west if he wants to regroup with the other 3 KONINA Power players. They still need 2 points this match. Just fraught with danger.
Dagestan waiting for the bridge camp, which they certainly know is here. There's Narvalo, great shots, try and run him down. It won't be happening. And they will be removed. Great spray from Narvalo, removes every single one of them. Double checks, just in case.
Blank, SBG, 12 points behind Titan. This is another team that was chasing, with 4 points just instantly slurped up from this north side. They could be in with a shot as well of upsetting the balance within striking distance. MADBULLS currently behind MUERTE with the totals that they have, and a nade from Kitsune starts things off well for the Gladiators. Playing on the southwest side, everyone's going to have to leave. More nades flying on over, and Flique tumbles down to tip into the rest of the team. Over this ridge side, the smokes continue to bloom. A wide swing from Meku. Kitsune more direct, and Flique down first. They're all straight on over him, looking to trample him down. Gonna go down to the bullets instead. Kitsune torn out of the vehicle by Tulika. And Matic breaks wide. Meku's further forwards, and Matic doesn't quite manage to find that spray. Zerich still down, and it looks like the MADBULLS trying to fend off against the Gladiators. They managed to pick up another elimination, but the nades to the backline, and that's MADBULLS down. They've got 4 points on the board, Blank. MUERTE 2 points behind now, and they need 2 more. It's the same story as KONINA Power.
Might just be it with that. Getting towards the end game as well, but MUERTE's got to be careful. They're not in the safest of positions, and still no placement points will be gained as of yet. So MUERTE certainly not out of the woods. KONINA Power holding on for dear life.
The cracks are beginning to show, but those fingernails firmly wedged in for KONINA Power. Major Pride lose a player on the north side, and SBG looking to pick up more and more points. It might be that holding on is not enough for KONINA Power if SBG continue to sweep from this north side. We've seen, I think it was MUERTE back in the day, sweeps through Novo from this northern edge. Along that pier, breaking out and just clearing through these compounds.
Yeah, it's a really good spot, this little hillside. Just because it gives you so much opportunity to take a lot of shots at many different teams. I can't believe it's Gladiators just shut down the run there from MADBULLS. Obviously a little bit more to be done, but for MUERTE, it feels like it's possible.
They need 2 more points. They had 4 eliminations, as do MADBULLS. KONINA Power and MUERTE both chasing a 2-point addition to their scorecard, and that is a great start, but a terrible start for KONINA Power. Both of the 2 crucial teams here. MUERTE are able to get this flush. That puts them at 1 point difference, and look at the barrel full of fish that sits in front of them.
I mean, it's just 3 points realistically, isn't it? Wagnerzada gets up though, and I'm not sure if Fury even spotted him making that cross.
Dangerous now. Scars gets knocked as well. They need 6 eliminations, or 2 more placement points now. That's 6 total eliminations. They've got 4 already. And there's a flush that goes over to SHOCKWAVE. They steal that point. Scars right and up close. Tresly spotted into MUERTE, not picking up these points, Blank.
4 total. Circle. Shift central. KONINA Power still in it right now. No Mercy Worry goes down, and we're very close now to start accruing some big points. So KONINA Power just a bit further to go, and it looks like no one really wants to take a fight with them.
Not just yet. They lost off Hayes, and so they are 3, but they have been fairly safe in their area for the time being. SHOCKWAVE picking up a lot of these points that MUERTE could have been in with a shot of taking. Very big risk, though, to stand out on that pier side. A nade over to Beck. And VIRTUS.PRO's push might be over, but it's not the same tune for SBG on this north side.
Yeah, they are living it right now. They do have to move further in. Elementrix will take a good nade over towards Cars, but gets taken down for VIRTUS.PRO, so that's their run. Done and dusted, despite them potentially being the harbingers of Titans.
What a tense final set of circles. 10 teams remain, Blank. These placement points starting to kick in soon. Just one more team needs to go down. As they start to push through. Major Pride holding the north side against SBG. 5 points already added to the SBG tally. That puts them up at 149 points. Titan sit at 156. So a couple of good engagements, and SBG, they have their shot, but they only have the one.
It's certainly doable. Question is, can they push through this Major Pride line that's been set up? Which will be the danger.
Max has predicted Titan, who died at the start.
Respect.
I believe. I think that prediction is not for this match, but for qualification. I would be willing to give him the 3 points if Titan qualify.
NEXUS!
That's what you
want to win.
On the south side. You gotta go for it.
I believe in the NEXUS. Doran finds Wagnerzada right off the bat as well. Kapahala comes in to join him.
9 teams, Blank, placement points are here. KONINA Power needing to ladder up once, so did MUERTE. 1 point would be all it takes for either of these 2 teams at this stage to confirm themselves in. SBG moving on. Crossing these gaps, and Naomi not quite able to land the damage. The reloads allowing SBG through. Snowick's the last to cross. Can he make it? Ooh, gets caught a little bit. But that stickiness will be rubbed off soon. SBG on the northern side, close to Major Pride.
6th place required for KONINA Power. Would give them 2 points with some eliminations. We'll be fine. Right now, KONINA Power sat at 0.
MUERTE
3
on the
more
4.
teams.
MUERTE on the 4 as well, needing 1. Just 1 elimination and a nade from Furia. If they can throw another one in, that would be MUERTE taking home the title. But NEXUS open up and Furia falls. They look for more. Can they get an answer? Can Doran be taken down? KONINA Power, a knock onto EXO.
That's what they want. They get an elimination, that's it, because if they go down at this point, well, they need to 8th place to get that 1 point, but again, eliminations, they look good for the side of NEXUS. If they can find some more of these shots, you can see Becca starting to move out over towards that position.
MUERTE still needing 1 more. SBG have been bombarded, sprayed down, aggressed on now by Major Pride, but they have weathered the storm. They're all 4 alive. Black-white crosses into a nade, potentially fades back away from it, but tags damage onto the forward player for Major Pride. SHOCKWAVE now close in these crates. SBG with their bid for this qualification spot. 7 points behind. They've got 5 in already. And a nade to go long over towards SnowX is going to force SBG to reposition. But they're already out of it. SnowX goes across the fire, closer to Narvalo, waiting for the rest to potentially need to come through, but he's all the way safe now.
Aza even getting involved over towards SBG, and nothing left on the side of SBG. They're so limited on resources. Aza's been causing some problems. That's Matic, in fact, from Gladiators, taking down Nomi.
He's the last player. He's the last player for Gladiators. They've spoiled MADBULLS' run on this match. Now they're looking to stop Major Pride from taking SBG out of the mix. And it is the Matic Classic. The last player to stand. Another salvage for Gladiators, but they've already dug through the trash pile and found themselves a trinket or 2 to keep them safe. In towards that bubble. MUERTE and KONINA Power still need 1 point.
2 points for KONINA Power. They're dead even with Titans. And then break the tiebreaker off the back of that. Scary stuff. Still 0 points given for 9th place at the moment. 1 point would be for 8th. Just one team needs to go down, then KONINA Power is 1 step closer. There's Terminus out.
Not flushed, and MUERTE and KONINA Power have found, I think, about 3 picks now, but have not flushed any of them. SHOCKWAVE looking to res, and SBG might be able to steal this one away with a crafty sneak over to the east side. Aids over to KONINA Power.
This is it, this is it, this is the run. I was waiting for this for TUNA to start to have to push up. It's going to be a 3 versus 4. They know they have to make the push. KONINA Power starts to scramble. There will be sightlines coming through from Alpha. They will see all of these smokes.
Agori needs to have an impact here, and KONINA Power will be ready and waiting. The spray down, where's that coming from? It's Alpha to try and slow them out of this fight. But the corrugated steel in front of them holds the nerve. And more smoke blooms. TUNA go forwards in just a moment. The circle closing in 5 seconds. They want to get as much healing done before they go. And the vehicle's mounted up on towards Avito. knows Agori's on the angle, and in they go. The crash forwards, KONINA Power with it all to do. They need 2 points here. Blank going down with only the one would not be enough. The nade from Becca around the side. Not going to cook it up fully though, and they are still just holding on. First knock goes, and Palucci looks for the flush. Turns around, but it's not going to go through. And there's Noshi to fall. Purple puts him down, and KONINA Power do not find it. TUNA find the first. Noshi is out, and KONINA Power still yet to find an elim. Becca wants the nade. In through the window. Find the corner, just breaks the door instead.
Won't be enough for Gory. But Becca now with a nade in hand. Zero on the backside. This nade from Becca could be huge. Doesn't find anything. Nade through the window. He does get a bunch of damage, but no elimination, no knock.
Not just yet, and it's disaster for KONINA Power. They have not held the push from TUNA, and now into dead ground, into open territory. Alpha not looking out this way, and Becca gets across. Agori to follow. MUERTE still yet to go through, and Major Pride versus SBG is continuing to pop off on the north side in the meantime. The backline for SBG has been taken down. Another nade over to SBG. And Alpha being cut away. Now Valo burns himself out. And Major Pride with 2 players facing off against SBG. The center of the circle held by MUERTE and KONINA Power. Blank, it could not be more perfect, but there's still 9 teams.
Just holding on as best as possible. It's been 9 teams for so long now. NEXUS starts to make their move round the edge. And MUERTE searching for those elims.
My goodness me. Down to the wire. 2 crucial stories to conclude. SBG, as I said before, still fighting for their lives. And MUERTE, sure, they're on the chase for MADBULLS, but KONINA Power not only have to get that 2-point margin, but they have to fend off SBG, who are now 5 points behind the mark for Titan.
I think TUNA has a pretty good idea where these players are from KONINA Power. See them pulling pins on nades as well. Looking to clear them out of these warehouses.
Oh no.
Sheeper finds Agori. 1 player remaining. We're still at 9 teams left. This would be disastrous for KONINA Power. They came so close to glory.
And Becca cannot leave this shack. With TUNA right there, there's no way he goes for this. Alpha looking out this way, TUNA are there. They just need to put an aid in through the door and it's all done for KONINA Power. The smoke, though, is the only thing they have, and TUNA somehow have more in the back pocket, despite littering the floor earlier to cross the road. Becca needs to come up big now. It's do or die.
Move over the wall. Purple is out. 2 limbs would be perfect.
Oh, 1. Goes for a second. That's in! KONINA Power beat the mark. It is the tiebreaker there. If they go down now, it's only SBG that can take them out.
Goodness me. Becca, what an unbelievable pinch moment play. SBG would have to go very far in this match, but the way they've been playing, super resilient. But Titan's run is over.
They need to profit 6 points on this match now, with Becca leading them +1. SBG still need more. They're playing as 3, but they've just taken a knock to the play zone. Victor going down to a nade from Reflect. And Ala as well, going low. I think that's a burn on, and Matic is still here to claim one of those points. SBG, 1 player remaining. They have 8 eliminations. But KONINA Power, if they go down now, which is quite frankly more than likely, we have 7 teams in the final circle, and Becca wants more. He wants to confirm this. He doesn't want to give SBG the chance. No, sir. Becca has the Sheeper to deal with. Tenchik low as well. He's getting that first aid off the boxes somehow. The cardboard keeps him safe. Zasheeper moves forwards with Tenchik, and Becca can line them up. A Molotov to stop the close push. Tenchik isolated. Goes for the DBS, sorry, the pump action around the side. Tenchik goes low, but Becca falls, and SPG are out. That is KONINA Power able to cling on to the bubble. MUERTE, in the midst of it, have found their point as well, and they take the title. Furia still going. Malloy is there, and 4 teams remain, but it is all done and dusted. Gladiators want to put the final nail in the coffin, but NEXUS, all throughout the tournament, they've been the fraggers, Blank, and you've got their support now.
Looking to take it home. Let's go, NEXUS. Terminus round the side, but Redox, he puts a pin in it. Furia is out. MUERTE look to finishing it off. It's the classic, the Matic. He's looking for more. He's looking for the first place. Gladiators, the back-to-back right at the end, maybe, maybe not, as NEXUS will go all the way. But it's to MUERTE with all the pride on the line.
Not only do MUERTE claim that top spot, becoming the PMPL Europe champions, but KONINA Power with Becca at the helm, able to pull back towards that bubble. And what a way to close down that final game. 7 teams in phase 9 of that circle. Blank, a brutal, devastating, triumphant circle for so many.
It should have been. It was 1 point. 1 point that they needed there. If Becca went down in that moment, it's over. So that is one hell of a play. They better be buying him a round of juice later, that's for sure.
Absolutely. All the monsters over to his place. Fantastic close down. Let's head back over to the desk.
All right, Max, we said it was going to be down to the final game to decide the top 9 teams, but nobody told me it was going to be down to the final circle to determine the top 8 teams. Who's going to be taking all the glory? That was insane way to close it all out.
And it's done for Titan. It was down to just those 2 eliminations that Becca was able to secure for KONINA Power. One of the most insane finishes Europe has ever witnessed in PMPL history. And they make it happen. Titan, unfortunately, coming into Europe still a really good run, but it was not enough as KONINA Power overtake them by 4 points and will be advancing into the championship.
Whew, a little bit of a breather after that one. Incredible coming out from KONINA Power to be able to hold on for such a long time, but the MUERTE are the ones to secure themselves first spot with a 4-point difference. The placement points from this final game meant everything for them.
Yeah, every single one of these players are so incredibly gifted at the game. Milky Way, Malloy, Corker, Furia, every single one of these names are going to be etched into PUBG Mobile Esports history for the European region. We knew this team was good. We saw what they could bring to the table in PMRC, and every player's now had the opportunity to stand out on their own, but also as a squad, and to become now the best team in a full season 2023 in Europe. They can wrap up games. They've got incredible rotational macro game decision. And when they have to take on fights, you know chances are MUERTE are going to be the ones to win it.
Absolutely incredible performance from them. Starting off a little bit slower on that first day, but they have found their groove. They have found their way into the top spot, taking out favorites such as Gladiators, Major Pride, and MADBULLS. We said those 3 teams were the top 3, but now we all bow down to top 1. And that is MUERTE.
I mean, MADBULLS seemed untouchable this entire tournament, and MUERTE, that is such an achievement to be able to take them down to the last game, down to those last few eliminations and extra placement points. They played it so well in a Novo finish. It was just the cherry on top for this season. If I have to say, one of my favorite seasons we have ever had in Europe when it comes to PMPL. And I can't wait to see more heading into 2024, but MUERTE really... I'm so happy with Furia in particular. I would say he has been the rising star of 2023 in Europe alongside many others, but really as a standalone player, he is so gifted at especially the utility usage. He is second to none in this region, and the entire team steps up around him, and to secure this tournament, to get that prize for first place and aspire to championship, a chance also maybe they will be able to advance into PMGC if they can bring that success in the championship.
That's all we're waiting for. But speaking of championship, we have the PMGC points as well, and this is the final one that we're going to be looking at for today. So I think what we're really taking away from this is that regardless of the fact of maybe phase 1, 2, and 3 being a little bit slower for the MUERTE, and maybe that first day on the finals here as well, at the end of the day, you have 2 great days, 1 great day, 2 chicken dinners today alone, you're good.
Yeah, a little bit of a sprint in the finals. Of course, one really good day can make such a difference. I mean, in this game, one game can make the difference at the end of the day over the course of those 18 matches. And I'm so happy. I got to say, even we did see some of the teams at the bottom of the rankings that I do want to point out. No Mercy Warriors, KASIK team, SHOCKWAVE, VULGAR Boys, TUNA, VIRTUS.PRO, SPG, and Titan, of course, they're not able to make into the championship. I think it's fair to say those teams still incredibly impressive what they've been able to perform and bring to the table in this entire season. And no, there's going to be, as we know, some teams going into relegation when it comes to 2024, but I have hoped that we'll be seeing some of those guys coming back strong in 2024. So the dream is not over. They will be back on the board.
The dream is never over, especially when they've already proven to us that between phase 3 and the finals, some of these teams have absolutely just transformed in regards to how well they have been playing. And the daily winners for today, we have your Major Pride, you have your MADBULLS, you have your MUERTE, your Gladiators SPG, as well as NEXUS. And with all these winners for today, the finals have been concluded. Max?
Yeah, a really nice finish, especially with NEXUS able to put the cherry on top at the very end. So really happy with how they've been able to perform. Also, NEXUS, didn't talk about them, clutching up a podium position, I believe, there at the end. So really, really impressive from NEXUS that couldn't get placement points in Phase 3, but they've been able to adapt and overcome adversity in the finals. And I'm stoked to see how that's going to be doing, because don't forget, they did really good in the Spring Championship. I would love to see how that might be working out in the full season.
I would love to see it too. But you know what else I would really love to see, Max? I would love to see who the MVP of the tournament is. Which player has had... We know. Come on, let me build a little bit of anticipation, okay?
Don't even try, okay? Everyone knows at home it's Zerich. Don't try.
Okay. Well, let's see. It has to be Zerich. It will be Zerich. 142 eliminations to his name, 36,000 damage. There are teams who would have these stats all combined together. Congratulations again, Zerich. That's incredible.
Just such a standout guy, stand-up guy. So cool, so epic. It's Zerich. They're really one of the best players in the European region, and it's hard to go up against him and his team because, again, their consistency is mind-boggling. They always reach the late game. I mean, except for the finals, which is a bit tough. But outside of that, always reaching the late game, having these really incredible strats that I love, especially at the start of the tournament, those 2-2 splits. And those kind of play styles here, Janiro, would not be possible without individual prowess of players like Talika, like Flicker, like Frozen, and just like Zerich, that really puts the nail in the coffin when it comes to these finishing moments. So, yeah, it's hard to hold a candle to the MADBULLS right now. MUERTE were able to do it, but on the solo level, Zerich always stands on top.
Yeah,
that's back-to-back MVP. He did Spring and full season. Yeah.
I was going to say, I'm pretty sure he's done it on Spring as well. So that is back-to-back, such a well-rounded individual, which also does influence the standings in regards to where MADBULLS will be when it comes to PMGC points. Starting off this final map, they were in the lead. And for the PMGC points, as far as I am concerned, okay, let's start from the bottom. Let's build up that anticipation, okay? We have 5th place for NEXUS Gaming, but the first one at the top will be MADBULLS with 1,516. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like what we're anticipating. This is what we knew was going to happen. But I think as well, because of that consistency during Spring and even a bigger improvement during Fall, and then you're coming towards these finals and you're doing so great, you got to give it to them, okay? They did it incredible.
Yeah. The fact that Major Pride almost had a 100-point lead entering into the season, that lead has been pretty much obliterated in half a phase of Phase 1.
Yeah.
Then been able to consistently increase that until the finals, where it was a bit closer between Major Pride and MADBULLS, but they're still able to overtake it. Is so impressive, which means if you're one of the lucky 8 teams, or well, 7 teams excluding MADBULLS, that go into the championship, you don't even have to worry about MADBULLS. They're already qualified. You don't have to compete with them. You have to just be in the top 4 excluding MADBULLS, top 5 excluding MADBULLS, if you want to head into PMGC. There you go, which is a really high ratio. That means a total of 7 teams after the championship will have qualified. A lot of teams in these top 8 that we just saw qualified today have a shot at that top 5.
Yeah, and as much as you're saying you're not in competition with MADBULLS, all the teams really have to do is just sit down and focus on playing their own game. Something that this weekend has genuinely proven to us is that when a team does sit down, play their own game, play with confidence, rely on each other, and don't worry too much about the outcomes of certain decisions, being able to just on the fly decide where to go. It's been some of the best, most anticipated finals we have had in a very long time, or if repeat what you say, Max, in history. So I think going into that championship, great things are coming.
Yeah, really, some hype stuff is going to be around the corner, and I'm especially, I mean, I'm already way ahead of myself right now, but I'm even more excited for 2024. I think there's going to be a lot of changes happening, possibly. No spoilers, but there's going to be some stuff around the corner that...
No, we want the spoilers.
No spoilers, no. A lot of people are going to be really excited to see how things are going to go, and we had some teams that have improved, I think, significantly throughout this season. I mean, I'm looking... One team that comes to mind right away for me is personally VULGAR Boys. No, we saw the potential. We saw them at VIRTUS.PRO too. slow start, slowly able to rank higher and higher. Dagestan 77, maybe also able to see how they can perform in Championship. There's so many things that have yet to really end for these teams. So many extra storylines for Championship and for 2024. I can't wait to see how the year's going to wrap up and what's going to be happening in the next few months.
Yeah, I think next few months are going to be crucial and exciting as well. And 2024 is going to be no different. It's been absolutely lovely. It's been absolutely incredible. A little bit of an update. We are waiting for an interview with the coach of the MUERTE, so we're going to see whether or not that will continue. But until then, we're just going to talk a little bit about our expectations. And I know that we really like to tease each other when it comes to these predictions and who's ahead and who isn't. But in general, the fact that it's been increasingly more difficult to predict who will actually be the ones coming out on top. It's a great testament of how competitive some of these lobbies are getting. And I don't think that's going to be changing anytime soon.
Yeah, I agree. It's going to be super interesting to see how things are going to wrap up. Though I do want to bring up, while we have a little bit of time to wait for this interview we're going to have hopefully very soon, I would love to know, going into Championship, for your side, I want your perspective. Which of these teams would you like to see secure a first place and a spot into PMGC? Because I think we all got a few favorites here, but I'd love to know your perspective on that.
I would really like to see Dagestan. I think that's a team that I've been following since, last year. And it's really been really great seeing that improvement, seeing how they have been growing over time. And there's so much untapped potential. Having that international experience, I feel like for Dagestan specifically, would be tremendous. It would be incredible. It would probably also translate to how they will be performing in our region. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to see. But with that, we have the interview ready. So let's bring on Parma. Hello, can you hear us?
Hello.
Hey. How are you doing? Congratulations.
Very good. And my team, very congratulations for these results. Championship PMPL EU. It's first championship for the MUERTE. All PMPL CIS and TL.
Yeah.
It's very important results for.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to jump into my first question right away because I want to know how things were working internally on the side of the team, because when you look at the league stage, really good phase 1, really good phase 2. Phase 3, you got a lower position on the rankings, if I do recall. It was a 13th position, but yet you came back so strongly into the finals. Between phase 3 and the finals, can you tell me maybe what happened internally to adjust and now dominate as well as you have done this weekend?
Oh, league stage, we play any problems because we have a roster before 1 month of PMPL and need to play more games, and we have problems with communication, with discipline, and more emotions for players. We have two new players, and it's hard, and that's all.
I can imagine. And I wanted to know, especially with your rivals of MADBULLS in these finals, it was neck and neck for you until the very last game, until those very last circles. What were your thought process to deal with a team like MADBULLS that's just so consistent and so scary on the long term?
We full contractions for all games, and we think that we need more kills and need life in the games, and full focus on the all games and on this.
All good. And I think I have one final one. So now, as you qualified directly also for the championship, an opportunity to qualify for PMGC. Even though I think I know what the expectations are, but I'd love to hear it from you. What are the objectives you have set for yourself and your team for the rest of 2023 now?
We have 2 players who play the European Championship, and we need going and PUBGC. We have good teams. Malloy and Furia, they play 2 PMPL, and this year for important for us, and need very important games. We check on this yoke and need see this.
All right. Well, thank you so much. Enjoy your celebrations. Again, congratulations on the win. You guys very much worked really hard and deserve it. And we will see you at the championship. Bye.
And you. Thank you.
Thank you.
GG.
Aw.
That was nice.
I think that awareness of the fact that there were some issues and having worked on fixing them has been incredible. It's led them here. So I'm really looking forward to see how that's going to go. And PMGC being that, you know, their goal, I absolutely love that. I think that's going to set the championship and a great tone for that championship as well, for that competitiveness. But competitiveness doesn't just end with the rosters and the players. Us talent are always fighting neck on neck, trying to get the top predictions. Now, what can I say? I predicted 37.50 chicken dinners. Like, considering how terrible my predictions on day 1 and day 2.
Yeah.
I'm pretty proud of myself.
I had to go try hard mode, okay? I needed that crown to hide my receding hairline. So that's why I had to get it. So I'm happy with my crown. I will keep it on my steady head. But yeah, no, it's been fun on the prediction side of things. And we had Predictron helping us along the way. So a new friend that we've made in PMPL Europe. Really glad with how it went down. But yeah, it was a great season, great times, and I can't wait for more. I want more. Give me more.
I can't wait for more either. And the fact that the desk is on top over the casters, haha. I'm gonna keep it at that. I'm not gonna rub more salt into that wound. But thank you guys so much for tuning in, and thank you Monster for making every single one of these broadcasts possible, truly helping us through getting through everything. And Max, thank you for being such an incredible analyst to have on the desk. I know we like to meme a lot, but it's for the content and it's out of love. So thank you guys so much for tuning in. We're going to be back before you even realize it. Make sure to follow us on social so you can stay up to date with all the updates. We're going to be heading out. Enjoy your weekend. Bye.
Bye.
Take care.